All right, cool. Well, at least I know YouTube's working. You're listening to each other. I'm telling you, I basically need a 360 cam. Now, I want to run this fume extractor, so I've got a fan speed controller to the side. I need to get my soldering station kind of out where I can see it. I've got the new setup is so great, like everything's all tucked away nicely and easy to like reach up under here. You can't even see that on the YouTube camera. That's fine. YouTube doesn't need to see all that. But for what we're doing today, I've already pulled out all the ICs, which, by the way, anybody who's never pulled out a bunch of integrated circuits, it sucks. So I got these, like, grippy things, so I could just and pull out all the ICs out of the board. I had to pull out 61 of them. There's 3 per channel, 20 channels, 1 on the intro, and then, of course, all the LEDs. I got to go and put 400 more LEDs. The first module actually had issues where it's reversed. And I was like, well, all right. And then, of course, I went ahead and took out the microphone circuitry because it works, but it's not sensitive enough. It wasn't doing the job. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just take it out. It's fine. It's fine, dudes. So actually, yeah. Today, I don't have to get another one of those boards. I have one already, but I need to build another one of these boards, and I also need to change out one end of this to a 16-pin version because, well, silly me, I put the same size on both ends, and that's just not having it. It's just not working. So how are you guys doing? Tim Gooding, what the hell have you done to your hair? Nice seeing you. Well done, mate. What have I done to my hair? Well, howdy ho, Tim. How's it going? I have it my usual green. I had not felt very good before the move. If you're not familiar, Tim, I moved recently across the country. I moved from Mississippi all the way up to the northeast. So I live in PA now. But anyway, so now that I live in a better place, I'm not as stressed. I have a little bit more time to do the things that I need to do, and therefore I got my hair color fixed. I got my body in shape. I have an entire makerspace now. Versus before I had like a combination studio makerspace. Now it's an actual makerspace dedicated to the task, right? So, Aaron, how's it going? I'm about to build this board. You came in at a good time. I'm thinking I better go ahead. Uh-oh, here come dogs. Good stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking I honestly want to put in the sockets. I did that last time, and it just made it easier on me, so I'm going to do that. I went ahead and bought 20 sockets just for this, so I didn't use any more of my previous sockets. And I also bought 100 of the 18-pin sockets because, well, that's what it takes. It's for these here. One-eyed, how's it going? Mate, I'm glad to hear it. We need to catch up. It's been too long. Aha! Hold up. Let me blow up that chat so I can see that easier. Aha! Now I can read the chat from across the room. Tim, how's it going? I can see you now. That was irking me, so I couldn't see you, so I had to squint. But anyway, yeah, I've been doing good. I've been, like I said, busy. I've been trying to get the new makerspace set up and going. I have actually had a good time with that. Let me not put that where I'll forget my coffee, y'all. because guess what? I'll forget my coffee. Yeah, I do have to turn this fan on. I'm sorry. If I don't have it on, the solder is actually pretty bad. So I just had to get it set to the right speed, so. How have you been doing? You been doing good? You'll be back? Taxi's here, short trip? Roger that. No worries. No worries. I'm one of my buddies from, I believe he's New Zealand. I believe Tim is in New Zealand. I could be wrong, but it has been a minute. But yeah, I needed to. This board has been on my list to do, but I had a bunch of other stuff in the middle of it. But yeah, the next thing after I'm hoping this is it. If this is it, like if this works today, then hold up. You know what? You want to be difficult? Fine. I will just grip you out like that. Boom. Boom. Come on out of there. No new tweezers. My hands are so fumbly. What? Anyway, I guess I could turn that off until I'm soldering, but I figured I'd rather get used to the noise now and just leave it on so it dulls out and my brain tunes it out, right? And anybody watching the stream at this point will kind of tune it out, hopefully. Don't yell at me, okay? Like, dude. Salty. You want to talk about salty? Some of these people we have dealt with, me and my partner, we've dealt with lately, been like extra salty. You know who's been really great? Diane. Diane's been really great. My partner finally got to meet Diane. It's my counselor, you know. Talk about our feelings, man. Become one with nature through the use of Herbalicious spicy air. Anyway, I'm doing this stream, by the way, in case anybody was wondering, for a time lapse. This is gonna fall under the time lapse category. You know what? I ought to get my synthesizer going and just have it in the background making just a beat or something. Just eventually somebody will be like, turn that thing off. Change the tune. Unless you're like me, I don't know. I like a lot of repetitive, a lot of the same. I mean, if it hasn't dawned on anybody by now, the fact that I've gone through a lot of LEDs in this last year, like from December to now, I've burned through about 10,000 LEDs. I had 500 on the globe twice because the first ones I kind of like they were the wrong size, and when I got finished with it like an hour later, I realized like this isn't gonna work. So I'd already used them though. I've done a supercomputer, I've done a hexaputer, I've done one of these. This board has 400 LEDs on it. It's quite dense. Brad, what? How's it going, champ? Nothing like receiving a big box of pink tater. I'm talking about for real. Oh, I just noticed. I tend to forget YouTube chat so much. And you'll be happy to know that that whirling noise you're hearing in the background is a fume extractor, just slightly off camera. Be proud of me, dude. Finally got a safety device. And got a bunch of sockets. How have you been doing, dude? I saw your stream on YouTube the other day, and I wanted to join, but I was headed literally to an appointment. I was like, dang it, Brad, you would be live like right when I'm like headed out and I can't watch. I wanted to watch that stream. It was like one of the last ones, I think it. I catch a lot of them. Hold up, y'all. We're gonna take a Skittles break. So, Brad, have you seen this board yet? Like, have you seen the previous iteration? It works. Mostly. Mostly. It would work a lot better if it would have been the opposite of the way it was. Been too busy to do videos lately. Just managed to squeeze one out last night. Yeah, I felt that. I have not made a video, like a video with, you know, edits and info and stuff added to it. God, I don't even remember, dude. Like, I've just been winging it. Just literally trying to make it through. And then, of course, living up here in this, like, it is so nice up here. I haven't actually had a chance to want to stop doing PA stuff to do YouTube stuff, if I'm just being honest. And that's because if I get back into doing electronics, I'll end up hyper fixating on it and zone everything out, and that's not conducive to social interaction, right? So I try to avoid doing too much of that. This is the type of stuff that I can handle, though. I can build synthesizer modules. No, I've got to catch up on your videos. I've been getting smashed at work. Got about 3 months of work to get done before the end of the year. Hey, you know what? It's totally fair. I totally felt it's fine. Let me tell you. Literally, the only thing that you've missed on this board is that it works. Like, the LEDs bounce. The only issue there was two issues. One, it's drawing enough current that it burned out a 1/4 watt resistor. That's a lot of current for a module. Second of all, after it got through cooking the 1/4 watt resistor, it was fine. Like, it worked fine. The only issue is the bottom half of the LEDs, where the LEDs actually bouncing to the tone, the top half were all equal heights. Like, there was a perfectly flat bounce, which told me that the bottom half of the signal was on the top and the top was on the bottom. And then I went back and looked at the schematic, and I realized something that was even more dumb. I've got so many big projects in my head. I need time to get them digitized. I felt that. So, oh shit, what did I say? I forgot. Something about it. Oh, I realized that, you know, I was using a passive bandpass, right? Totally, you know, nothing wrong with using it. Passive bandpass works. There's only one problem, though. The ground was being dropped right where the ground signal was for the LM3915, and so all of the signal all the unwanted signal was getting tossed to chip number 2 on the upper half. So I was like, emotional freaking damage. I gotta go back and like because you don't even want to know. You really don't. Like, okay, first off, these boards are expensive. I found out these are more expensive than the other modules that I built. The Cinco de VCO, the face panel was $30, and because you get 5 boards at a time, well, I only had to buy 1 copy of the main board, and it came with 5 pieces, because, you know, JLC PCB be like that. Well, this module, on the other hand, the main board was $37, the face panel was $52, the damn jack board was $2. I'm just like, oh my god. Oh, so much. Anyway, we're doing good. Hey, I'm sorry, I just realized TikTok chat going off and I didn't respond. Thank you, baby. I'm also running a TikTok stream. I'm running YouTube and TikTok, so if you're on YouTube, you're looking at an overhead view of the board. If you're on TikTok, you're looking at me and the board from the side, basically. Speaking of which, you know, Brad, I'm irritated. I have been in this damn thing teaching electronics to my kids and hopefully other people and sharing projects for a long time now. And I can't decide whether or not to, like, what to do next. Like, whether I should go into there's a filter. I bought a bunch of these these are LM13700Ns. I bought 3 of them. So, like, I could make either a filtered GUR or, like, I could just make a performance filter like the one I've already got. The one that, and a filter, by the way, is the one that goes meow wow 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 meow wow wow my god. Anyway, so just saying, I can't decide what to do. Like, I don't know whether to build a filter of some kind, or I've got some like 2900 or 2700 echo delay reverb chips, so like I could do like a reverb echo type deal. I think they're the PT20, they're PT2900s, I think. You'll have to look that up, I'm not sure. But anyway. Meanwhile, I'm still putting sockets in this same one board. This thing has 61 sockets, dude. 61. I had to buy a 100 pack. I'm like, yo, I got 40 sockets. I might as well just go and buy a 100 pack because I'm going to use them all up, and I don't have any left anyway, so I got to restock. Oh, wait, is that upside? No, it didn't. I'll usually, you know what? I need to start doing the sockets off camera, like doing them before I turn the stream on. You'd love to see some small modules that people could build themselves, sell the PCBs and PCB. You know, Brad, actually, that is a great idea, and I'm glad you said it because it is actually in the works. My friend Poe the Crow, he's a DJ and a music artist, and he I want to design him some Eurorack modules because I got him into synthesizers, but because, you know, Kosmo is a very niche, you gotta really, you either need to know electronics already, have a drive to learn electronics, you gotta want it, because to be honest with you, this type of stuff is, I'm not even doing beginner stuff anymore. I don't even know what this is. I'm not playing. I don't even know what you would consider this. I designed this board from scratch, right? I designed a microphone circuit, an input buffer circuit, a multiple circuit. It's got a filter circuit. It's got 20 band bandpass into a 20 LED array, a 20 by 20 LED array for a spectrum analyzer. I designed the whole thing, designed the whole module. My partner put all the LED footprints and all the resistor and capacitor footprints. Designed the whole module, and it 99% worked in the first like little thing. And I'm trying to tell myself, like, that's like, what level of electronics is that now? And how do you teach it to other people? Like, how can I bring other people up to this level because it's fun? I was able to think about, I want a module that with dancing pretty lights that dances to the beat of my music, and so I made it. I don't know, like, how do you teach that, you know? Boom, there you go. Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, Brad. I'm going to start making modules that other people could put together, and all they'd have to do is like basic solder knowledge, as long as you can solder a. And it's not hard for anybody wondering, in the future or present. Literally, soldering takes a few seconds. You really shouldn't have to hold that pencil more than 1 second, if I'm honest. Like, am I wrong, Brad? Correct me if I'm wrong. About 1 second. Like, I follow a 2-second rule. If you can't do it in 2 seconds, it's too much heat, right? Like, I turn my iron up to 300°C. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Somebody will have to tell you. I don't know. But for the sensible people using Celsius, it's 300°C, and it only takes like a half a second. You know, like just a touch, just enough to get the solder flowing. And quick in and out. It doesn't leave a lot of heat behind. I don't think you can teach natural curiosity. You're either interested or not. Facts. Okay, that is facts. All right, so by that logic, there's only one way to do what I'm doing right now, and that's to have interest in it. Because this is into the world of design and no longer assembly. The Cinco de Vicio was a module that I designed after a module that was already designed. Like, Sam did the legwork. Sam already designed the filter, not the filter. He already designed the VCO, and then Caustic, like, did some other, like, broke out the rest of the pins and did some other stuff. And all I did was convert it from a picture of a strip board to a schematic, and then I designed a board around it. So I would say that falls into, like, intermediate, maybe, like something like that, maybe. This is completely designed from the ground up in-house. And so if it fails, I don't have anybody to ask what happened. I'm going to be the one, like, I don't know, I'm going to have to fix it, I guess. And so it's weird. Like, this is the very first module that I've actually fully built from scratch myself. And I mean, when I say from scratch, I mean, I'm talking about the schematic, the board, the idea, like all of this stuff. I sit at about 350°C for general small PCB work. Yeah. See, all right, that's about 300°C for me. I'm using leaded solder 6040, and I need to grab a 16 pin or 14. It's a 14 dip. I love how it's stuck under the fingernail. Gotta make sure that I get the right socket. Yeah, that's it. All right. There's, like I said, there's 61 sockets on this board, and I did the sockets because, you know, I'm not about to replace these chips if something goes wrong. Ain't no way. I will pull one out and replace it. I'm not about to redo all of those. Now, these are ready to be soldered, and these are all the same height, so it will sit just flat like that. Fume extractor's ready, solder's ready, got my solder reel. Let's go, dude. This is my favorite part. Oh, it works so good. Look at that. I don't know if it's worth the volume, but I don't have the professional quiet ones that are all like hidden. But anyway, so I hope you guys are doing good in general, like health-wise. I know I haven't been in a stream chat in a minute, Brad. I'm sorry about that, by the way. That spicy brain of mine, I forget what I've eaten for breakfast or who's been in the front. But now that I finally have a chance to get this board part 2 done, what I'm gonna do is, if it fully works, I'm gonna work on a filter next. Once I get the filter done, I'm gonna I'm actually gonna make sure that the filter is something that I can sell. And then the Cinco de VCO is probably gonna get a redesign on the back. It probably won't look different on the front unless I just decide to redo it. But, like, in other words, I want to be able to reuse the face panel. But the boards on the back need a redo, because I could easily put all 5 of those oscillators on a single board and not have a 5 stack of boards hanging off the back. It looks cool. I'm not mad at it. It just, I'd like it to be a little more compact so I could sell it to somebody else if they wanted a 5 stack oscillator for whatever reason. I love having my solder back over my head. Thanks so much for that, Akari. You're awesome. Let me tell you, nothing replaces having the solder coming from above, because you're constantly having to pull down on it the same way you would pull across anyway. The difference is, once you pull on it, you have the feed you need, and you don't have to worry about, like, fighting it and it laying on the desk or your wrist sitting on it. I've done that a lot. Like, I'll have my wrist sitting on it. I'm like, oh, dang it. What the heck? You ever do that? But anyway, so I also got a better, like, makerspace set up, Brad. Like, since the last time I did a YouTube, I have not toured the makerspace on YouTube yet. TikTok already got a tour, but I haven't done one on YouTube yet. I've been waiting until I got done, because I figured, I don't want to show that I'm in progress. Might as well show it when it's done, right? But I update people daily on TikTok, whereas YouTube, I'll only do videos when I have something to show. Like, I've actually, speaking, I thought about, I'm doing this thing. This is something that's not on YouTube. I'm making, at first I did hand sorting. I hand sorted 5 54-ounce tubs of Skittles. After I did that, I turned it into Skittles vodka. After I did that, I redistilled it into concentrated Skittles vodka. After all of that, here recently, I started adding citric acid to Skittles and working on making my own DIY sour Skittles. And so now I've got rock tumblers. I got 3 rock tumblers in my basement right now, tumbling 3 different flavors of Skittles full of malic acid and citric acid. Malic acid's what they used to make warheads with. And they've been going for a week now. All for the sake of getting the attention of the Skittles company to send me a tub of Skittles. So that's the other thing, Brad. That's the other one that I've been up to. I didn't think that was worth a YouTube video, but that's what I'm doing over on TikTok. I'm trying to get Skittles' attention. It's a bit silly, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Yo, I made, it's already been a series. The very first video had like 2,500 views, 2,400 views on it. And I'm like, we can do better than that. I'm going to make this a thing. I'm going to tumble these Skittles every single day until Skittles acknowledges that I've made sour Skittles out of their Skittles. I don't even care if they send me this stuff, yo. Like, honestly, I'm just doing it because it's fun to do. It's fun to make things sour and then eat the sour stuff. So, there's no real, like, downside here. The only downside I can see is if somebody were to start going, well, why did you buy so many? Well, maybe I just like candy, dude. Like, maybe I just really, really like candy and I wanted to have diabetes. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I'm looking over at YouTube like chat and notice, because I'm on the YouTube chat because right now TikTok chat is empty, as it usually has been lately. It's been empty because like the timing of us going live. So many sockets. Let me tell you, the sheer amount of holes in this thing makes me wonder the structural integrity of it. Like, I wonder if that, because they're plated holes, I wonder if that makes them like stronger. Or if the copper's too thin to matter. There's also that. La da da, la da da, da 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 da. This is gonna be epic as hell once it's finished. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited. It's been, this thing has been in my brain for so long. Like, I'm not kidding. As a kid, I've been obsessed with these meters, these VU meters. And I wanted one all my life. But I didn't want just one. I wanted a 20 band, like, proper one for each kilohertz. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And I never could get one. And I said, I'm gonna have one freaking A. So finally, this. So just make a long story short, you know, here we are. All these years later, 20 years later, at least 20 years. Because I was a teenager when I first started craving it. Like, I just needed it. I saw it on a stereo system one time. It had like 5 of them, I think, or 10 of them, 5 or 10. It was not a huge one, but it was more than the stereo. And it was so cool to watch. I'm like, that's so cool. I got something to watch while I'm listening to my music, right? Now I'm building one of those from scratch. So that feels really fulfilling. And of course I've got it's for my synthesizer. So anything I play through my synthesizer, I can play through this. And then on top of that, it has 3 outputs that'll copy whatever I plug into it. So whatever I choose to plug into this isn't going to go to waste. It'll in fact give me more than I would have had otherwise. So it gives you a visual and it gives you a function. I tried not to make it too much bigger than it already is. It is 44 centimeters wide. That's about 17 or 18 inches, I think, in real life. Like what's it called? U.S. System of Measurements. That was a joke that I made about it the other day, and I can't remember it. So we'll just leave it at that. But the U.S. System of Measurements is unknown to me on this. I had to work. I had to work it out with a ruler. Anyway, instead, it's all like every bit of this is in metric. That way it's actually easy to design on a grid. LEDs, they're 5mm. All the components are like the typical 2x4, 2x5mm. And then the board like dimensions, it's 20 by 40 on the face panel. This one's like 44 on the face panel. This is like 420 by 175. So this one's actually just slightly smaller by, I want to say, 25mm than the face panel, and that way it sits in the rack without scraping the rails. Now the jack sockets scrape the rails a little bit, but that was an error on my part, and I don't care to fix it because it's only like 1mm lower, so it only just slightly scrapes the rack. And because it's a jack socket board, most of the stuff is just fiberglass. I could just trim it down, really. It's not worth spending $16 shipping just to move it a millimeter. You know? That's just a waste of money. As it stands, everything else, like I said, as long as the signal works as it should, then this board is the functional one. Like once it's in Wanda, as long as it works, I'm gonna leave it there, and then I'm gonna play on it. Take me a break. I'm tired of building and designing. I would like to stop and play on it and just have fun with it, you know. I have been building on this for quite a while. It feels like nothing got done in all that time, but honestly, there's a lot of design and planning, research, mathematics. And once you get all that done, like the hardest bit of this whole thing was getting to the mathematics. Once I got to the mathematics, really because of the type of math required for this, I just made a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet was enough to figure out the whole rest of the board pretty quickly. And that was my partner's idea, so like that was really nice of them. Made that job a lot easier. The math behind it is not hard. It is the 2 pi over RC formula, and then 2 pi over FR to figure out the capacitance. But it's put into a spreadsheet so that you could just punch in each channel, the frequency that you want that channel to be, top end, bottom end, and it'll give you the capacitor that you need to use based off the resistor you're using. And it's pretty useful, really, because you can use it for other things too, like an Atari Punk console, or the little super simple oscillators, or anything like that. You can calculate the frequency using that formula, matter of fact. So that's always useful. I'll take a hydration break here in just a second. Ah. Oh. Gotta hydrate. Keep the body lubricated. I am suddenly unable to direct message you. No, no, no. That's not your fault. I'm taking a break from TikTok in terms of like heavy input. I've been dealing with a little bit of internalized stress, and so I didn't want people to message me and then not get a message back and then wonder like, what did I do? Instead, I just turned the messages off, kind of like a I'm out of the office type. And I'll turn them back on once I get back into being able to do that. Like I said, this board here's I'm only putting the sockets in, and I've been at this now for quite a while, and I'm still putting sockets in. I've got these components next, then I've got LEDs next. This is probably like, if I hadn't already put it together once, this is like an 8-hour build. The last time I put it together, it took about 8 hours total. 8 to 10. Huh? Legacy! How's it going, dude? I saw you on my For You page this morning. Was it this morning? It might have been this afternoon. I've been working the sour Skittles that have reached week 1. Yeah, that's a lot of soldering. I'm used to it. It's part of it, you know, part of building. A lot of dead frog. How's it going, dude? Welcome to the solder party. I'm literally, that's all I can do right now. Just solder and talk to you guys. Body double. Stave off that executive dysfunction. Yeah, no. I bet everybody that I've shown this board to by now is probably like, I'm tired of seeing the same thing. Me too. Be honest with you, like I wish it'd work already. That'd be skip. What's that song? Can we skip to the good part? But then that's not fun. Well, you got to work for it. That way you get all the dopamine when you finally do get it working. You got to work for that feeling. Earn it. Because once it works, do you realize the amount of hooping and hollering my neighbors are going to get so mad? You go hear boom, boom, boom. Shut up. Now I'm going to holler back. Go Seahawks. They're Raiders fans? They're Raiders fans. And they've recently faced the Seahawks for the joke purposes. It's unfortunately you had to have been there, and that's not a really good joke to tell online. Most people hadn't been there. But anyway, it's like one single person got that joke. Well, okay, technically that's not true. Technically 10 people got that joke. But we're not going to go into that right now. We'll go into that later. But anyway. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 channels left worth of sockets. I like the way you have your solder set up above. Right, thank you. I appreciate that. That was my, well, that was Hikari. That system stuff. That one of my, never mind. I don't, look, yo, I'm embarrassed, okay? I don't talk about it much. That was not, it was me, but it wasn't me. We'll just leave it at that. I talk about system stuff all the time. You know I'm just messing, right? Hikari actually did this for me because I had it set up that way at the other house, and it made soldering a breeze, right? And they were trying to do something nice for me because they have had the stickers set up, and they do stickers all the time. And because she spends most of the time in the front socializing with you guys, I don't really get any time in the front to do this stuff. And they were trying to do something nice for me. So, boom. I got a convenient location of solder, which is very nice. The old solder setup was not as nice, actually. The old one was just like a screw driven into the board up top, and I could pull down on it. It had a lot of friction though, and so you had to really pull on it. This one, there's no friction, it just pulls right down. I heard that chuckle. I have good enough hearing to hear through all of the noise in my ear right now. Thank you so much. No. Did you laugh? Well, then no, I wasn't talking. I was talking to Hikari. They're, you know, anytime I talk about them, they're gonna listen. Don't say nothing now. Maddie, how you doing? I haven't seen your pretty face in a hot second. She's one of my first, I think, friends on it. One of the first friends on here that was part of the sticker stuff. Maddie did damn. Now, I'm embarrassed because I've taken so many commissions now. You've done a couple of designs, actually. You did... Oh my god, dude. Don't fucking do me this way. Oh my god. I know I've made your designs into something. I know I have. Although, because I guess, okay, that's fair. Hikari being the one that made them is be the reason I don't remember. Because it's Spectrum in the front right now. In case anybody was wondering. I gave up trying to... Look, before I moved, when I was still at the other place, I actually cared about not talking about system stuff on YouTube because my family follows me on YouTube. And then I was like, you know what? Quite frankly, if they don't like me, if people do not like me for existing as I am with however many altars, unfortunately, I have, or whatever, then are they really my friends? Like, can I really call them my friends? Yeah, you've designed several things in Discord. Okay, so that okay, you and Hikari did all of that. It was not me, but I know you because of them. So there's that. Hey, Constance, I just saw you pop in. I looked down right as your name popped up. But anyway, I do actually... I'm just gonna say it, yo. Anybody watching on YouTube, yo, if you're new to watching me and you've never watched me before on TikTok, the TikTok side is actually the real wide open and honest version of me. I put only my electronics and like whatever here on YouTube because I don't care for the hateful comments and the ugliness that I get. I delete a lot of comments that are very ugly. And, you know, I'm just trying to exist. I'm just trying to build electronics and share electronic knowledge with people. And everybody wants to fight over who's what. And, you know, I've got issues myself to deal with. I've got a system of 10 altars. That's me included. So there are 9 others. Sharing this body. My head gets so busy with thoughts that I don't have time to worry about drama. And yet somehow, you know, it just finds its way to my comment section. And so I stopped doing YouTube videos where I was personable and kept all of my YouTube videos very project oriented and just stopped even trying to be me on the YouTube side. And then I realized, like, while existing on TikTok, I said, you know what, if people don't like me for me, then they can just go on and unfollow me, because I would rather people hang out with me that like me for who I am. You know, love me for who I am, not for who I'm not. I'd rather people hate me for who I am than love me for who I'm not. And they can find somebody to follow if they don't like me. And if they do like me, then join the party, dude. We have solder fumes, musical instruments, poor humor, lots of spicy air, stickers, electronics. I said that, didn't I? Synthesizers. I mean, I'm trying to exist as a human, y'all. I'm an autistic system. Do you know how hard it is to exist? I could wake up as a different person while having a sensory overload because I wore one layer of clothes too many, while being simultaneously too cold in a hot room. So, just saying. And what am I doing? I'm building electronics anyway. So, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be doing this regardless of what happens, right? Like, whatever. So, either people can like me or hate me. I don't even give a fuck no more. I don't know. I had to say that out loud. You love to smell the solder fumes on the morning air? Yeah. I don't care for solder fumes personally. That's why I got a fume extractor right over my head. I don't like leaded headaches. I like unleaded headaches. It's literally the worst thing for me to do is to get a freaking solder headache, because then I gotta put it down for the rest of the day. Oh yeah, let's roll with it. Get that bead going. Let's go. Even with my blindness, I can still do. I believe I can solder. Yeah. Lay that bead down and run. You're back. It's warm here. Had to get a few dribs. Well, hey, it's not warm here. It's brisk, chilly, I guess. I don't know. It's in the 30s, the 40s. I don't know. I don't know what that is, y'all. It's like it's in the single digit Celsius. All right. Hey, baby. What's the current temperature in Celsius? Is it like about 8 degrees, 9 degrees? I need help. I don't know. It's 2 degrees? Okay, it's 2 degrees Celsius. My bad. My bad. It's in the 30s here too. Yeah. It's 2 degrees Celsius. I was thinking it was single digits. I just wasn't 100% sure. Because I know 0 is 32. Because math, you know, math ceases to exist when we're calculating temperature. I wonder if I could lazy solder that. Oh, I can. Y'all, don't do that. Solder appropriately. Don't do what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. You should one at a time it. I mean, I guess once you practice, you probably could do it. I'm not saying you should sit there and lay down a bead of solder across all of them and then break the solder bead. Whereabouts in Australia? You know, Melbourne? Melbourne? I have never been to Australia, but I had plans to go, funnily enough. Had a passport. Had notified all the appropriate authorities. Yo, dude, peace out. Done with your shit, bro. Going to another country where they serve fish and chips. Can't get that good shit here. We got them boring fries and big chunks of fish. Alright, so that's all the sockets. I'm checking for any like cold solder joints, any missed solder pins. Everything looks nice and flush and uniform, and there's stuff on there. Alright, so by the way, this on the front says sushi and wasabi. The sushi is my partner. I put their name on here because they did all the layout of all of this, and they deserve the credit. I put my name because I'm greeny. I'm wasabi. So, sushi and wasabi. 10-pin box header. We need one of those. Get the Clive grip on it. Clive Claw. How is Clive doing? Didn't he have a live stream tonight? I missed it again. I've been missing almost every Clive stream. Honestly, the timing of them, they pop up when I'm in a weird like transition between one thing to another. That task transition gets me every time. Like, somebody will pop up on my feed. I'm like, why now? I just got started doing something else, and I can't stop doing the thing, or then I won't get the thing done. So, I missed it. Again. Alrighty, so at this point, now I need to populate this absurdly dense board. And I'm just going to start plopping, I'm going to go down the list, and I'm not even going to sweat it, just one at a time, but yo, trust the process, dudes. Do all the 100K resistors. You pay him every month, but don't watch his streams. Oh yeah, same. Clive gets the $3, $2, $3, whatever it is for the patron. I pay him. I don't watch his streams. It's not anything personal either. Like I'm busy. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Alright, so that's 100K. Is there any other 100Ks? 100K. I usually miss Sam's live streams as well. Had to watch them later on. Speaking of Sam, did you see Sam finally finished the woven core drum machine sequencer? That thing is looking so freaking cool. I'd literally only had a chance to watch that video today. I'm glad Sam's doing good. Like, I messaged him on TikTok because he found me. He friended me on TikTok. And I was like, "You found me, dude. Whoops." I didn't mean for him to find me on TikTok because, TikTok is my personal life. And I don't announce to the world regularly on YouTube that shit's going astray. And TikTok don't matter to me enough in terms of like what people think of me. You know what I mean? Like I would rather people judge me on TikTok than judge me on YouTube. So I keep all the judgmental stuff to the one side, and then I keep all the electronics on YouTube, and for the most part I don't get any like trolls or ugly comments. But let me start being myself and existing for real. Let me be me. Let me be 110% me on YouTube, and watch how quickly it gets way different. I only know this because I've already been there and done that. Now, whether times have changed or not, maybe. I have seen quite a bit of positive change in the last year. So, yeah, maybe. But I'm still... At this point, I'd rather just keep all the shenanigans to TikTok and all the electronics and music on YouTube, and that keeps everything kind of... Ever thought about coming back to Discord? No. Tim, if I'm honest, I have not given it any thought. Since leaving, the reason I left Discord was because people were being ugly. They were already being ugly. And I'm just like, dude, I'm suffering mental health issues right now. I'm living in a war zone. And I don't need you being extra negative on top of my already negative environment. I don't need you being toxic on top of an already toxic, experience. That was my logic. So I left, right? And I have had peace ever since. I haven't had any drama since. I don't have to hear about people fighting each other, because I don't fight people, dude. I don't have confrontation with anybody. I like to build stuff. I like to learn stuff. I like to meet new people and talk about good stuff. I don't have interest in confrontation because there's no reason for it. Like, there is no reason for conflict, in my opinion. And there's coffee. So, I don't know. Because I don't like confrontation, I don't like conflict, I removed myself from that and washed my hands of it, right? I'm happier now. I seem happier in my videos, about like when I go back and watch some old content to see like what I did on a project. I realize just watching it, like I can see myself. I look different. I look healthier. I look happier. I look in a better health space, The place has changed a lot. I mean, a lot. Oh, the Discord's changed a lot, because I was gonna say I've moved across the country. Of course, it changed a lot. If you're talking about the way Discord is, I'm in the new official Discord. Like, yeah, I'm in the Discord. I still use Discord. I'm just not in the technical family Discord anymore. There's a lot of bullshit in the guitar community as well, caused by a handful of controversialists. Yeah, Brad, You know, it's funny. I've been playing guitar since '92, and I've been hated on by every musician I've ever met, except for aspiring musicians, people who are still like excited about learning, that haven't reached that burnt out, mad at everybody else for doing better than them stage. Because everybody is playing better than me, but I'm not burnt out. I still play. Matter of fact, I was just playing guitar earlier today. People like that everywhere. You're in the ham radio world, and there are people like, oh yeah, hell yeah. By the way, Vic, VK3, yeah. You know I'm a ham radio operator too, right? I'm a AF5CG. I've got my extra class ham radio license, and let me tell you, people are salty about that. Let me show you something. In my new workbench, I can just reach up and grab it. I freaking love that. We're going. People get salty as hell because of this right here. It should be autofocus. Where's the autofocus at? There you go. People get so salty because I did all three of those in one sitting. And I'm just like, you know, a little studying. I didn't know if you knew or not. I don't. Okay, first off, I'm spicy brain, right? I'm autistic and ADHD. There's no remembering. Oh, and there's a volunteer examiner certificate. Anyway, there's literally no remembering shit for me. I just hope for the best every day. Anyway, so, and as if to prove ADHD, I literally just stopped what I was doing to show you something unrelated to the build. just to go on and here's Exhibit A. Oh well, I forget who I've told what, dude, and I'm so repetitive. People tell me that all the time. They're like, yeah, you told me that already. I'm like, I'm sorry. Whoops. I probably, to be fair, I've probably told my partner the same thing probably 78 times. I could ask them. They're in earshot. I could holler at them and say, hey, baby, how many times a day do I repeat myself to you? Baby. That's not a rhetoric. How many times a day? How many times a day do I repeat myself to you? Twice just now. You smart ass. All right. How many times a day? Don't you say 3? Don't you fucking say 3 neither. Any other day but today. In the past, how many times a day would you generally say that I have repeated myself to you? Aside from the 4th time I've asked. One a day? Once a day I repeat myself? Alright, that's not too bad. That's not super bad. What's the worst days? 20? Oh shit. Are you exaggerating? Emotional damage. Oh shit. It's the, well, that's fair. You know what, y'all? The alters will say something and I won't know it, or I'll say something and they won't know it, or they'll say something and each other won't know it. Somebody's always out of the loop. Yeah. Ask my partner what it's like to wake up to a different person every day. Hey, baby. I'm just playing. It keeps it interesting. Do you know how many different moves we know in the bedroom? I'm just playing. Y'all, I'm just playing. What? I mean, in the bed we're playing. Oh, I'm soldering, y'all. I'm gonna work. I'm working. I'm trying to be. Your fuck all class, you're too looking for it. Uh-oh. Spicy brain. Yes, I did say spicy brain, Brad. Believe it or not, because I'm autistic, because I'm ADHD, I'm on a side of TikTok known as, well, spicy talk, spicy brain talk. Everybody that's in that side of TikTok talks about spicy brain stuff. Like, for an example, object permanence is one of the big ones. Like, for an example, a lot of times if it's put into a cabinet with a door on it that I can't see through the door, I will forget whatever the hell is in that cabinet until that cabinet is somehow magically opened, and I will never have a need to open it because I don't know what's in it to have a need to open it in the first place. So a spicy brain moment. Another spicy brain moment is jumping from subject to subject to subject to subject within about 5 minutes, like I've probably done already. If y'all have watched my channel long enough and didn't know that I was an ADHD autistic fucking individual, holy shit, I'm so sorry. But I'm spicy brained as fuck, y'all. I'm just saying. That spicy air, spicy bedroom, spicy brain, spicy life, just spicy. I like spicy foods. I like the Spice Girls. This variety is the spice of life. Just spice, damn it. Lots of spice. The hotter the better. Like, because of my new workbench, I've got convenient access. You can't see this, Brad, but let me show you. Right here, I've got just enough room for like a solder station over here, all that good stuff. And so, like, the wrist tape is there to guide my camera and keep my wrists from getting, messed up by a piece of metal. Because what I did, I think you might appreciate the fact that I'm in a rented place and still managed to set up a big 4-foot by 2-foot workbench. And I can't even show it to you because my camera is mounted on the workbench. But I bought what's called a muscle shelf or muscle rack. It's one of those shelves that has like the key slots, and it's a 4-foot by 2-foot shelf. And I set it up so there's one little bitty shelf that my hand can go like underneath, right underneath where I'm working right now for my soldering station and my wire clippers and little oddball stuff that I need all the time but don't want on the surface where I'm actually working on a board, right? And so that's right underneath this. You call my brain busy seeing a right. Well, Tim, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, just so you know, if nobody's told you this, if you are ADHD, autistic, bipolar, none of that, it doesn't matter what it is, you are not less of a person, you're not a bad person, you're not anything. You're a human being, and you're trying to figure out how to exist with your brain in the world, right? Have the best viewing experience. Just in case nobody's told you that. You are a beautiful human being, regardless. That's a commercial. I don't know if that's everywhere, but Ray Daniels Ford, regardless. I've lived with a mental affliction of some kind my whole life. You know, I was born autistic, ADHD, so I already struggled in school. I struggled to focus. I struggled to make friends. I struggled to keep friends that I did make. I struggled and struggled and struggled and struggled and struggled. And honestly, the whole time, all I ever thought was, I just want to exist. I just want to live. I just want to exist. I just want to live. I want to build stuff. I want to make friends with people who also like to build things. And I don't want to sit there and deal with drama and argue and all this other stuff. But yet, I always found myself getting in arguments with people and them arguing with me and them saying I'm argumentative, and I'm like, well, no. I thought that the rules of life were that the goal is to be correct and factual with the correct information and not try to see who is right, but what is right. And so because I was more interested in what is right and not who is right, I found myself in a lot of fights and a lot of arguments all the time. And I'm just like, really? What did I do? Now as an adult, I'm going, oh, I get it. I was autistic. I was being blunt and honest and direct, like I thought the world worked, because honesty is the best policy. So I adhered to that rule that honesty is the best policy. And I found out that that's what people strive to do. They strive to honesty is the best policy, but they don't actually have any expectations of living up to that. Just as long as it's implied that people are trying. And I'm just like, wow, really? That's your idea of whatever? Like that's worse. That's worse. What's she talking about? So then I started to like shy away from people and be antisocial, and then I realized, no, I'm just around the wrong people. If I were around people who were thinkers and doers, like Brad's Guitar Garage, like other makers and people who, like y'all, like you guys, started hanging around people who thought about something other than themselves, thought about others, and tried to make a difference in the world. And then I realized, hey, maybe there's good peeps out here. And then I started feeling better and doing better. And then I started doing more electronics on YouTube. And then one day got into synthesis, and here I am now putting together a module that I've dreamed about and designed from scratch. Right? So, I don't know. Imagine I could have done this years ago if I hadn't spent a lot of time running from people, running from toxic environments and stuff like that. And I talk about it too. I found that talking about it not only helps me, but other people who have dealt with it, been through it, can know that they're not alone. Like, hey, somebody else can understand, can relate. You're 47. Let's even look into it. Oh, wow. Yeah, Tim. I felt that. I have a counselor right now that actually directly asked me about my alters. And that's something new. I've never had a therapist or a counselor or a doctor ask me about my alters. And they're very intelligent. They're well read. And yet I can't help but wonder, like, how are you so chill and calm about this stuff? Because when I talk to people and tell them I'm a system, one of two things happens. Either they roll with it and they're just like, okay, well, it doesn't, who's in the front, or it's met with not so nice, so that was very interesting to have a counselor that actually asked about it and wanted to know. I don't think I missed any here, but I'm double checking anyway. I know I missed one over here. Yeah, I think I got all of those. Those are 100 ohms, 10Ks, cool. So it's just this one, man. I'm trying to just do all of them in clusters, get through it piece by piece. Yeah, I certainly had a lot of people that take advantage of me in the past. Now I can see it. I work alone so nobody can, but they still try. Brad, I'm sorry people try to take advantage of you. You were very nice. You were a very kind, knowledgeable person. And like every time I've listened to your stream, I will literally leave you on and listen to you do your repairs while I'm doing whatever I'm doing as a body double. Just so you know, like in case nobody's told you how awesome you are, you're awesome. Just saying. But anyway, I still to this day have 0 real life friends except for my partner, who is both, well, my partner and my friend. So I have one. And I say real life because, well, I can't exactly go see any of them. Anybody on TikTok? I would love to, but I can't. I'm too far away from most of them. I think I know for certain that I have one TikTok friend that I can see in real life, but it takes, like, it's a 2-hour drive and it's a lot of gas and a lot of, like, sensory stuff, so I gotta be ready to deal with sensory overload. And like I said, being an autistic person, I have to, like, pack headphones and earplugs and things like this to kind of help. Everyone's your friend when you own a van. Everyone's your friend when you own a pickup truck or own a van or own a business, or, like, but lets you start doing something significant that means something to you. Am I wrong? Doesn't have to be that way, you know, like, people could show a little bit more regular interest. That'd be the thing to do. But anyway, I try to catch everybody's stuff. Like, if I'm friends with people, I try to watch their videos, catch up with them when I can, even with my object permanence, and I still forget people, you know? I have one friend named Rob. I have talked to him twice this whole year. Once was back in February. We were updating each other on some stuff. And then I was thinking about him the other day. I was like, dude, I need to text my buddy Rob. I hadn't talked to Rob in a minute. We're actually really good friends. We're both spicy brain. And almost like a week later, he messaged me, hey, dude, what's going on? How you doing? I'm like, I'm great. I moved across the country. I'm on HRT, right? I'm almost a year in. I'm in a new house. I've been doing new makerspace stuff, right? And they're like, dude, what? And then I'm like, yeah, I opened a sticker shop, opened a sticker business. I've been doing that shit. I've almost reached 1,000 sales. His jaw hit the floor. I'm like, well, you know, object permanence. I forgot you existed. You forgot I existed. A lot changed, you know. Time warp. That's exactly what happened. Time warped. Don't meet with followers. 99% of the time it goes badly. I have met one of my followers, but they're my friend too. Like, they're actually my friend. They're not just somebody I haven't talked to and vetted. And believe it or not, I've met my partner on TikTok. And so, just saying, like, it depends what's on who you're meeting. Like, who you meeting? I'm just saying. But anyway. I vet people thoroughly before I meet them anyway. Like, just as a general safety thing. Like, dude, right? Isn't that the thing to do? Like, I don't know. I'm hoping that this will make an interesting time lapse. I keep forgetting there's a TikTok stream going. I'm talking about TikTok while being on TikTok and forgot TikTok was on. Whoops. Oh well. So yeah, anyway, about TikTok. So, another thing, Tim, is, like, oops, look at that. I dropped a resistor. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Well, you know, you drop enough resistors, you just kind of, have a sixth sense of where they went. It's like they all fall forward and to the left. I don't know what it is about a resistor. It always falls forward and to the left. Can anybody concur? Does anybody have that experience? Is that a shared experience? Resistors falling down and forward and to the left? Has anybody put in enough resistors to notice? That's a valid question. After about 50 or 60 resistors, you stop even caring about what you're doing. You just kind of you're just plugging stuff. They don't resist. No, they don't. Resistors don't resist till they're plugged in. Then they're like, now I'm gonna resist you because I got some power. What you doing in my swamp? Give you a swamp power. What am I getting? That's that extra salty, like corroded battery chamber type power. Alright, how many of these more have we got? 2, 3. I think there's 4 left. I'm trying to get like better. I'm trying to get better at laying out components on the schematic to where I don't need as many of stuff. This is greatly reduced. Once I finish assembling this board, I'm gonna hold the before and after, and you'll see what I mean. It's this significantly different in terms of like how many components are on it. Wow. I just think, I need to have like text to speech reading out my comments because I can barely see them because of my green mat in the way. Alright, so if I didn't miss, let me go over this real quick. Make sure I didn't miss any of the 1Ks. 2K. The way we laid this board out is we put the value above the component and then the reference below the component, because the reference isn't really as important unless you're like constantly referencing, but I don't really need to reference this board. There's not really a lot. It's just a repetitive board. Alright, it looks like I've got all the 1K. Alright, cool. That's all the 1Ks. Let's solder them in. Skittle. You're in a stalling point with your modular stuff. Not sure what I need to do. Should build next. I felt that. I'm torn. I want to build a filter, but my brain goes, you already got 2 filters. What you need a 3rd filter for? Have you considered a clock divider or something like that? Like to make ratchets or anything like that? I don't know if you've looked into doing that. I don't know how to do it. That's going to be one of those, I'll learn it when I get ready to learn it. Like, I'll learn it when I get there. you have got a clock divider in Eurorack format. I've been thinking about a quantizer. You know what? Quantizer's good. I'm glad you're in a good place. Last time we spoke, you were far from it. Yeah, I was far from a good place the last time we spoke, Tim. I'm in a much better place now. I'm finally able to get health care because I'm not in the South. Mississippi does not have transgender health care, whereas they do up here. So I finally can go see places like the dentist and like literally basic freaking health care like has been out of my reach until now. I'm finally getting the help I need. I mean, it's just been a lot better, you know, which has put my brain in a better spot, makes me feel better. I've been able to design more. I haven't had the time, but, you know, that's fine. I'd rather not have the time be the reason than I'm trying to survive be the reason, you know. Hi, what got me into synth DIY? My friend Sam, Look Mom No Computer, I saw one of his videos about 4 to 5 years ago, and I was making YouTube videos at the time on guitar. I was doing a lot of guitar videos, and I've been playing guitar all my life. I'm just being honest here, like literally all my life. I'm burnt out on it. I've learned as much as I feel that I can learn, and so when I do play, I enjoy it, but it's, you know, it's repetitive. I wanted something new and refreshing because, well, I'm ADHD, you know, I got to move on to the next thing. So I saw Sam playing on a synthesizer, and I'm going, you know, I have heard of synthesizers in the past. I never really gave them much interest because I didn't know. I had no education on it. I didn't know what they were for. It was way out of my, like, league for real. And then after I saw his video, I'm like, that's so cool. I gotta subscribe to this dude. That's awesome. I love DIY. I'm a DIYer. I've built electronics. I know how to do stuff like this. Well, then I got addicted to the sound of the synthesizer that he had built. And from there, I decided, okay, let me try to build one. So I built an Atari Punk console, which is a synthesizer. It's a little small synthesizer. It's based around a 555 timer. And I got it to work. And I was so thrilled. And I got to also learn how to do some 3D printing because I 3D printed a case for it to go in. So I had like something to put it in that wouldn't short out the console while it was playing. And I'm just like, frick yes, let's go. I love it. It's awesome. It's not enough. So I built a function generator out of a kit. That was kind of a joke. It definitely didn't do anything. And then I was like, alrighty, well, what else? And then that's when I ran across, I had subscribed to Sam. So naturally what happens? Sam popped across my news feed with a new video, super simple oscillator. And I said, a super simple oscillator? What is that? Well, it's a transistor configured in what's called reverse avalanche. Basically, it's building up a charge and then discharging that charge, and you can hear it ramp up and drop, and it does actually create a ramp wave, right? So it's very simple. It's actually even more simple than the Atari Punk console. And I was like, that's cool, but that's so limited. You can only like change the frequency, and you know, unless you're extremely savvy in foot pedals, you're going to be chasing a lot, trying to get us like music out of it, right? So that's when I discovered the Vactrol, Vactrol or something like that. It's a DIY Vactrol, which is basically a light controlled potentiometer, more or less, right? So it has a photoresistor, photoresistor on one side and an LED on the other side, connected together with black, like, electric tape. And you can use a sequencer like the BeatStep Pro or something like that to light up that LED, because it sends, you know, voltage, and the stronger the voltage, the brighter the light, the higher the frequency. So therefore you can actually kind of more or less musically play this really simple oscillator. Well, that wasn't enough, so I built a super simple oscillator keyboard. That wasn't enough, so I built a Halloween synthesizer. That wasn't enough. And then I built a drum machine. That wasn't enough. So then I built a 5 VCOs in a module, and that wasn't enough. So now I'm building a spectrum analyzer, 20 band spectrum analyzer, and I already know that's not going to be enough. Because I'm going to be building a filter after that, and a reverb, and multiplexer, and a quantizer, and a signal or a clock divider, and probably a multiple matrix or something like that. I don't know. I'm now at this point, I'm just chasing that music, you know? Sam is a bloody legend. Yeah, Sam is amazing. The organ build coming. My first experience with synths was buying an Arturia Mini Brute around 2015 to learn analog subtractive synthesis. So fun to just sit and zone out with it. Yeah, it sure is. All right, so we need 10K. It's gonna be the next one. A little porcupine. But yeah, that's what got me into audio synthesis, was watching Sam. And once I got into it, of course, I'm a DIYer. I refuse to buy anything I can build. So naturally, I'm sitting here building a board. Which, to my knowledge, mostly works. I was actually really surprised that the Cinco de Vicio worked on the first try. This one did not work on the first try. This one, I've done 3 of the single channel prototypes. This is the second version of the main. So steady as she goes. If this works, it'll have only taken 5 versions to get this board working. And I say only because, well, you know, it could very well go into double digits. I really hope not. Like, I think this ought to do it.
Gotta get rid of another porcupine.
Alright, so I need 100 ohm. I know I need drop it on the ground.
Oh no, where did it go? I'll drop it in the garbage can. Yeah.
Alright, I guess that one is gone enough that I can't see it in the dark right now. Just, I hate to get another one, but I'll get another one. Emotional damage. I guess next time I build this thing, I might consider putting in a 1/2 watt to a 3/4, like a whole 1 watt resistor, because it burnt out that 1/4 watt. It was a crispy. It was the plus 12 volts. Plus 12 volts resistor. So cool. I'm building an analog synth for my senior capstone project for EE, and you're far more knowledgeable than me and my group mates combined. What? Well, I appreciate the compliment. That is a dang, you take care, Tim. I'm sorry I just saw that message. But yeah, thank you, Anna. I appreciate the compliment. I've been working on this. I would love to learn more. Like, I've got stacks of books that I've poured over, and I'm still not, like, you know, self-doubt. That's all. It's self-doubt. That's all it is. I know I've got the ability to do it. I just got to learn it. The problem is I'm struggling a bit to learn. All right, so let me do the 2.7 because there's a lot of those, and those are just right here. So let's do these. It doesn't matter what order they go in, as long as they get going. Progress is progress, eh? But this board is not, this one is not going in my shared works because I did do this one all the way from scratch, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it once I've finished it. I might sell the design. I might not. I don't really know. I don't like to be a capitalist, you know. I don't at all. Like, my stickers in my shop, I see people charging, well, sticker prices. Mine, they're like $2, $2.50. It's like, I refuse. But with this module, I don't know if I'm going to sell it or if I'm going to open source it. I considered open sourcing it because it could be something for somebody to learn, but I don't know. Should I? Y'all help me out here. Should I open source this board? Like, do you think anybody would be even interested in an analog VU meter, like a spectrum analyzer VU meter? Because I could open source it as, I mean, I could sell it too. There's no reason to not do it. I could do both. Somebody who don't want to build it, they could buy it. They don't want to buy it and know how to build it, they could build it. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm not trying to be rich or nothing. I just want to have fun building electronics. So, if there's enough interest in it, I have a shared works. But I'm not about to advertise when I say this. This is a legitimate, here's you some free shit. I have a shared works folder on my website, SpectrumDIY.com. The very first link on the page is shared works. My oscillator, like my 5-stack oscillators on there, I'm debating on putting this on there. This is a very complicated project that I've worked on, and I started the idea years ago. I did the very first piece of it, which was a microphone circuit, I believe, year before last, and then last year I did the first VU meter part of it, and then this year, this is the second 20-band version. I don't know if you were in here earlier when I had the part 1 board out, but part 1 is quite big. Think of it this way: you earn as much as you can selling one project, and that funds the next one to be bigger and better and so on. Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so, because that's what I enjoy building. That is my passion, dude. Building stuff. That's what I live for. That is why I wake up every day. I wake up every day. I want to build something. I want to make something. I want to make music. I want to make something that makes music. That's all I do. I wake up. How can I make something today? What can I make today? You know? My brain itches. It itches. And the only thing that even helps is to make stuff. So I just pour out maker stuff everywhere. I ooze maker stuff. It's like I try to live a normal, quote, normal life where, you know, you don't just DIY everything. And yet I find myself doing the most bizarre DIY projects, and it second nature, you know. It's an itch that needs to be like this workbench I'm sitting at. This workbench is a set of shelves that I built into a DIY workbench so that I could have a workbench in a rental space. Because y'all, I'm not about to be without a workbench. You don't know what it is? It really is bad. Oh, you know what? I'm just now noticing chat over here. You're gonna sell it to you. Aha. Well, I mean, if you're interested in buying it, you're welcome to buy it. I'm also thinking about whether or not I want to put it up on my Dropbox as a freebie, like a shared work, because somebody could learn something from it, right? Like, can't that be a thing? Somebody will learn something, right? There's knowledge to be had here. Like, here's how you do audio filtration and visualization. This module is going to visualize a waveform in terms of the frequencies that are passing through it, right? Well, that requires knowing how to calculate an upper band and a lower band to give a bandpass filter. That requires knowing how to balance the circuit so that it will power itself. Minimal losses, right? That requires a little bit of designing skills. Can you do a workbench tour video soon? Maybe even synth collection video. By the way, I think the Visualizer would be a good opportunity to try out the selling gig. Well, believe it or not, my company, SpectrumDIY, we sell stickers and books. Well, I just designed a non-stick sticker book. Hold on. I designed this sticker book. Let me show this to you. Where's the camera? There's the camera. Right? So I designed this sticker book. Let me get it in focus. And it has like my company logo embossed on it. You can't really see it in this lighting. Let me turn the dim it down. Maybe it'll help. It really doesn't. It's too light. But it's texture. It's totally fine. Maybe you can see it on the back. I don't know. Damn, you really can't see that on the screen, on my screen. You might can see that online. I'm not sure. But then, like, these are non-stick pages for stickers to go in. So I'm already selling stickers and books for the stickers, pins and apparel and stuff like that. It's just one more layer of stuff to sell. If I were adding this board to my Etsy shop, I would just have to add it to my Etsy shop. I'm not, like, I wouldn't have to start from scratch. I've already got a shop open, and it's already got a star seller and doing really well. So I would just be adding modules to the shop. And there is no issue to do that. I mean, it's no different than the stickers. Once I make a sticker design, I'll make a quick TikTok video about it so that people on my friends list know. It reaches a wider audience than Etsy does. And then I'll have the thing in my shop before I make the video and then post the video. Well, I can do the same thing with this. I can make a video and say, if you want it, it's in my shop. And once I get this out of the baby stages, like right now, I'm in the prototyping, trying to get it functional, work all the kinks out of it, make sure it's good and functioning so that I can go, if I sell this, somebody's going to get it, put it together, and it's going to work. Right now, somebody's going to get it, going to put it together, and I don't know. It might work, or it might not. It also might smell strongly of like a 70s copy room, and then followed by smoke. If that's the case, whoops. I've done that a few times. It's fine. It happens. But yeah, I will sell my modules. I need more lighting in here. I can't. I do plan on selling my modules. I gotta get them out of this stage, out of the prototype. And because I was in a war zone, I didn't have enough, like, it was high levels of adrenaline, high level of cortisol. I could not focus. My brain was all over the place. I was, like, honest to God, terrified for my life. Now, I've got the time to do it. And I've only just got the time. Like, I moved back in August. And from August till now, I've had doctor, surgery, and dentist. And I'm officially past all of that for the most part, to a point to where I can start focusing more heavily on building again, right? And then hopefully start putting out more than just one module in this whole year. I put out a module in 20 days, y'all. Actually, if you follow the video closely enough and you look at when everything became functional, technically, I built an entire VCO module in about 2 weeks. This single module has taken me a year of building, a year of interruption, a year of design, a year of planning, and now it's here. So this one's a 3-year module, and I'm just over here like, I could have been done with this. I could have been long done with this already. Oh well. I'm grateful that I'm in a much better place and I can get back to building because I miss it. I really enjoy it. I could probably make this into a Euro rack version if I were to use maybe some like surface mount LEDs. This wouldn't work with surface mount LEDs. This with 5mm in a Euro rack. These are 5mm and there's like almost no room left, top and bottom. You okay, baby? Am I boring you? You're charging your phone? Can I ask you a favor? Can I have a kiss? I feel like I don't feel neglected. What? You don't look. Let me, y'all. For the record, for live public record, my partner does nothing but cater to damn near every sensory need we both have. Like, I'm talking about, they are a hero. You want to know a hero? That's my hero right behind me. I'm not playing. That's not a joke. That's my hero. Y'all, my partner saved my life and then some. They got me out of a war zone. They've been here every single day that I've been here. They've been supportive and uplifting. They listen and understand and ask the right questions and not the, oh, well, how was your day? No, they ask, how are you doing? Have you hydrated? Have you eaten? If I forget to make my coffee by a certain time, they will literally make my coffee so that I don't have to go all the way downstairs on my bad leg. Because those of you who don't know, I'm disabled. And sometimes it takes a lot of energy to go downstairs just to get coffee. So, just gonna brag on my partner for a little bit. If y'all don't like that, I'm sorry. Not sorry. I'm gonna do that every chance I get. But I still didn't get my kiss. Where you at?
We're busy.
I love you, man. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were standing right there waiting on me. I'm like, for some reason, I thought my face should have automatically turned. Like it should have just like been an automatic door. Like as soon as my partner walked up, my head should have turned, but it didn't, and it threw me off because it didn't. When I'm like, you got to tell your head to turn, y'all. You got to send that command to your muscles and tell it to turn. And by the way, I say all of that, and I'm not trying to sound like they're just literally catering to my needs. I literally am disabled, and walking up and down those stairs, I try not to have to do it unless I'm literally doing physical therapy, because the only thing holding my leg together is a rod. So it's a bit unsafe. But outside of that, though, you know when somebody's good for your soul is when you're just in the room with them, and them being in the room is enough. You don't have to have a conversation to feel their love. Like, you can just feel their love off them being in the room. That's how I know I found me somebody very special and very important. So, oh look, they're back.
Yeah, Beastwood coming upstairs.
Beastwood coming downstairs.
It's cold out. He doesn't want it.
Oh, he's being salty. All right, that's fair. Oh no! Are these those those are the non-magnetic resistors. All right. Well, we got a fix for that too. One moment while I reach on my freshly organized shelf and grab something. It should be right. Why is it not with it? Here we go. There we go. Knew I had that. Don't be sorry. We love. Word. I put it. Oh, wow. Yeah, Brad, I'm so sorry. For me, it was a 9mm. And to be honest with you, that wasn't what hurt. That day wasn't what hurt. It was the healing. It was the emotional, like... Y'all, just being honest, I went through a divorce. Like, if y'all really want me, y'all are watching this stream, right? I'm a very honest, very open person. I'm probably way too honest and probably way too open. But that shooting that caused me to be disabled also caused me to be divorced. And, so... Yeah, I learned a lot, I learned a whole lot. I learned that it caused me to be bitter. It caused me to be very ugly. It caused me to go down a dark path. And it was bad because I wasn't processing it. I was miserable. Just being honest. 110%. I'm probably way more honest than I should be, like I said, but again, I'd rather people like me for me. You know, I would rather find my peeps. I'm not trying to please like the crowd or anything. I'm not trying to fit in. I just want to exist. I just want to build stuff, make people smile. I enjoy making people smile, y'all. Like when people order stickers for me, somebody bought a Pride crystal, and it was the very last Pride crystal in the shop, and it sold out. And me being the person I am, I sent them, they only bought one sticker. I sent them like 10 stickers. And at $2.50 each, you know, like it adds up after a while. And then the stuff to mail it in, all that stuff. And it's not even about, I don't care if they ever say anything about it. I don't care if they leave a good review or whatever. It just made me happy to send them some free stuff, you know? And I missed a 10K resistor. I just saw that. Oh, no. Is there any more 220 ohm? Did I take all the 220 ohms out? Was that all of them? Yo, I believe I got all of them. Whoops. All right, well. I need a 20K, though. Which means I really just need to pull this whole tray out because there's a lot of the 20Ks. It's getting dangerously close to, we were talking on Sunday. Aha! Beverage time. That's a good, you know what? I might need to take a spicy air break here soon because I have been at this for a second. And y'all, I know I work my body real hard. So I've been trying to do better and take breaks and stuff. Whatever those are. Joking. I know what a break is, you know. It's that thing you do whenever you, like, you know, grab another component. It's that moment between sticking a component in the board and grabbing a new one. That's a break, right? That constitutes a full stop break because I have had to cease what I was doing to do something else. I just realized I'm still at 3 minutes. 3 minutes constitutes a break. Well, I've already started putting in 20K resistors, so if I stop now, then I'll just be lazy. Alright, I don't really care for the way these are going in because these are not as flexible. So, I'm going to pull out the duck bills. My handy dandy duck bills. I normally don't need them or anything. Like most LEDs, most resistors, the legs bend readily. But these are not only non-magnetic, but the leads are like a little extra thick. La da da. La da da. Da da da. I'm off screen a lot on the YouTube side. TikTok's getting to see more. Just realize that. Skull, what's going on, dude? I thought a break is when you work until you can't because some part of you actually broke. You know what? I thought that's what it is. Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. That's probably more accurate. That sounds like a more accurate description. Something broke, so I had to stop. Send it, dude. Then all of a sudden you hear, that's enough slices. What you doing?
I don't know. I plugged in my charger and didn't plug it into my phone.
You plugged
And
your...
then left.
You...
I just walked away with the cord on the phone.
Yeah.
Terrible.
It'd be like that sometimes. You'll be right. Just, dude, it's a wireless charger. It just takes a while. That's that dial-up wireless. It takes a while. My partner plugged her phone in, forgot to... Well, they plugged the charger in, forgot to plug the phone into the charger. Walked off. I felt that on a spiritual level. That's me. Straight up. I just walk off. Whoopsie. Why is my phone dead? Well, it's a dial-up wireless, and somebody picked up the phone while it was dialing in, so it... Damn it, Bobby. There's another pesky 10K. Thick leads. You know, I wonder what Poe the Crow's doing right about now. If I can finish this module up tonight and test it, and it works, I'm probably going to also turn around and play on the modular, make some noise. I wish I had a multi-track recorder so I could like record it and do more with it, but all I've got is a one track. I got a Mackie. Oof. Maybe I should design my own. It's not much of a stretch to go from designing a modular synthesizer module to building a mixer module, a mixer console. There's not much of a difference, right? Because mixers, you're literally doing just that, what it says. You're mixing signals. And mixers are not hard to build, like by themselves. TLO 72, couple of wires, couple of resistors, boom. There you go, dude. You ready to go? I would play music instead of torture y'all with my whistling, by the way, but unfortunately YouTube does not like music. They do not like music at all. They don't like you if you play music. And you know, I guess that's fair. We wouldn't want to have fun or anything. It'd be a shame to have fun in this world, but you know, whatever. Although TikTok, it's funny, I could be on TikTok live and be jamming out every song I've got in my musical library. They don't care. Have like 48 people having a DJ party. I have a real party over there. Like a DJ in a party, and all of us 40, 50 people watching the party, listening and jamming at home. Meanwhile, YouTube's over here like, if I hear one single syllable sound that sounds kind of remotely like that one song, we're going to take you and give you a warning and strike. I'm not kidding. YouTube is not that great when it comes to streams or videos or the comment section or anyway. I got to go in and put in a bunch of 10Ks that I somehow magically missed. I don't know how that happened. Spicy brain. Wow. A straight up mixer, a basic one isn't hard at all. Can you play music from the YouTube music library? Div Kid did some music for the YouTube library. Where's the synth? Yeah, I don't know if that's stuff you want to play. Ooh, you know what? That is a very that's a very good idea. Maybe I'll look into it. I mean, I know a lot of these streams that I'm doing, like this one has a purpose. I'm streaming specifically for the time lapse. I'm going to be time lapsing this stream. So like there's a video in the works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show I'm going to talk about this module. It's going to be the like actual video. When I make the actual Wanda video, I will have this stream. I'll take the time-lapse build on it and everything like that and use that as part of the video footage. But I have to make a new stream every time something doesn't work, because anybody with a sharp enough eyeball can tell that the circuitry is different just by looking at the board. And in fact, to be honest with you, the way this board is, you don't even need to be observant. You could just look at it and tell, because it's obvious. Like it's not one or two components. Let me show you. This is the other board. Like it's quite a bit different. And I mean, it's still the same amount of LEDs, so there's still, you know, all the LEDs and whatnot. But it's there's a lot. I took out a lot that wasn't needed. Cleaned it up. Took out unwanted. Like I got rid of the microphone circuit. I was going to do the microphone circuit until I realized that while it's sensitive, it's working, everything's functional. I would have to amplify it a little bit more to make it a usable signal. Well, I already burned out a resistor because I'm pulling so much current, and I didn't want to risk burning out more all because of that. And there we go. I've got all of those already. But yeah, once I get finished assembling this board, if everything works, the time lapse, I can just convert this entire stream into like 20 seconds. All this work for 20 seconds worth of clip, right? And then put that clip into the rest of the video, and actually maybe play something. I feel kind of bad because I've built this synthesizer that's it's something a lot of people that are musically interested in, and I'm just like, and I have one and not playing it? What? It's just collecting dust. And that's because the makerspace had not been fully set up either, to be fair. So like now that I've got the makerspace set up like it is, I have a permanent access to my workbench, a permanent access to my design space, and a permanent access to my synthesizer. And so now I can actually just leave it set up and play it whenever and not have to worry about it anymore. And that's something that has been missing. It has been a struggle. So, like, very seldom have I got to play it this year. I think I've maybe played it 3 times this year, or 4 times. And then to top it all off, I haven't been able to leave it set up in a functional fashion because stuff keeps having to get shuffled around. So that was the other thing I fixed. Got the room sorted out to where the makerspace didn't have to get moved to play the synthesizer. Because, believe it or not, it's not the cabling that's hard for me to want to do. Synthesizer cables are relatively straightforward. It doesn't take a lot to actually play it, but it takes a lot to think about playing it, if that makes any sense. Like, you've got so many different options and ways to start that I run into executive dysfunction, or actually it's called decision paralysis. I run into decision paralysis. I don't know what to do, so my brain goes, well, if you can't think of what to do, then we're definitely not going to do anything. And I'm like, well, that's not what I wanted to do. It's like, too late. We're already doing it. That's why I try to keep a non-stop list of things to do. So, like, even after this module's done, there's already a filter or a clock divider or a quantizer is actually, why not? That could be on the list. A reverb delay module. I'm thinking reverb more than delay, though. But I've got a PT 2900, so... Or no, it's 2933, right? I don't know. I'd have to dig the chip out. But anyway, I think these are yet again the non-magnetic leads. So this time I'm not going to do the dummy decision of dumping it out on my workbench. I'm going to dump it straight into my trash can. Give me just a second. Let me dump this. Those are duckbill, not cutters. PT 2399. You save all cut leads. What do you save them for? Jumper wires? Do you use them like for little connectors? All right, where are we at now? I'm trying to get the ones that are multiples. Like I see 2K, 12K. Yeah, I'm finally starting to get into like the oddball. There's another 2K. We're getting there. It's going to be moving along pretty quick here. Sometimes I solder thicker cut leads onto the ends of flexible wires to make breadboard jumpers. Jumpers are all kinds of weird things. Hey, I like the idea of the jumpers are breadboard jumpers. That's, you know what I mean, because they're expensive, and you don't really get that many when you buy them. End up needing like 5 pounds of them just to set up a circuit on a breadboard. Speaking of breadboard, hey, you know what? Another thing. This is sitting part of that under cabinet. This is the original. See the 2 chips? This is the original VU meter, still on the breadboard, and now it's sitting in front of me. That's a drastic before and after. Oh no, my phone! Why is it not plugged in? It says it's about to run out of battery power. That was a tragedy. You can plug my phone in before it turns off on me. TikTok will be like, where did they go? This stream has ended. What? Did they turn it off? Nope. Battery ran dead. And I forgot to plug my phone back in after an earlier disconnect. I could have sworn I saw another 2K. Is that all the 2Ks? Is that all the 2Ks already? Wow, that was fast. So 820. Now, ironically, I've got exactly every resistor on this board because after calculating the filters, anytime I ran across a component that I didn't have, we would do a recalculation to compensate and choose a different resistor that I've got. Your phone was on wireless rotary charging. Yeah. Yes, it was. It was on wireless. It was on that wireless rotary charge mode. It's delayed. It was just wasn't quite hacking it, you know. It couldn't keep up with the workload. Could hear it breathing real heavy and stuff. I'm literally at the part where I'm just having to fill in oddball resistors now. Actually, there should be some other 270s. Will I even find them? Like, probably not. Alright, so the next going to be 200 ohm. Uh-oh, I'm running low. $500. I got a 510. Close enough. 510's close enough. 10 ohm difference. It's not going to make enough difference. Not in this circuit. You know what? This board actually is going together a lot faster than last time, more because the resistor, all my drawers are all like organized appropriately now instead of scattered everywhere. Welcome back, Maddie. How's it going? Y'all on TikTok, I'm sorry I haven't been chatting as much directly. I'm juggling two different streams. I'm juggling the YouTube stream. So like if you guys want to see what I'm seeing, like a down view, I'm on YouTube. And so it's hard to keep up with YouTube and TikTok stream. But it's not like the chat is exploding, but it's already hard enough for me to keep up with even one, like just knowing they exist. That's what I'm trying to say. It's hard to remember that the streams exist because I get focused, get hyper fixated on it, and I forget other people exist. I'm sure y'all could relate to that, right? Y'all know what that's like. You just get in the zone so deep, and all of a sudden everybody and everything ceases to exist. How is it going? Nearly 5 a.m. It's going pretty good. I'm putting together the version 2 of this module, the synthesizer module, and I'm actually finishing up the resistors now. Then Then I'll be putting in capacitors, and then a switch, a knob, a pin header. Then I got to plug in all the chips. And then I get to go turn it on and see if the magic smoke comes out. How are you doing? Hello, TikTok people. Hey, Skull Drazer over on YouTube says hey to the TikTok peeps. So, how about that? Shout out to the TikTok peeps from YouTube. Yeah, the magic smoke though, that anytime you see magic smoke, it's emotional damage. Technically it's physical damage, but you know, just chilling with your dogs. Word. I am chilling with my resistors. Although I think I relate most to the transistor, if I'm just saying. Pinheader was that guy from Hellraiser movie. Yeah. It was a spiky dude from the Hellraiser movie, yeah. Can you imagine the amount of static that dude attracts, like just walking around in general? Like, does he have to walk around with a ground strap stuck to his leg? So, like, during a storm, if he gets caught out in, like, a flash flood or something, he can just ground strap, call it a day. Anyway, they were just barking and woke. Oh no, I'm sorry, you got woke up. I am not asleep, you know. I'm the wide awake, worky. I think the static charge is how you control those chains to move. Yeah, that might be it. Telekinesis. Or no, he turned into Magneto, right? That's what Magneto did. Star Wars movie made up by synthesizer noises. Not even kidding. I had to find it. I was like, where's that 15K? Whoops. The very last resistor on the pole. I think. I could have forgot one though. Alright, is that all of them? We're ready to solder that down. Put some molten jubilee solder on it. Alrighty. Capacitors. Oops. Emotional damage. I just laid eyes on that. What, are you kidding me? There it is. Oh my god. As soon as I get all of these capacitors soldered in place, I'm going to take a quick, like, spicy air break. And the next step is going to be to come in and assemble all the LEDs and then sandwich the board together and solder 400 LEDs. For the second time. Oh shit. Oh shoot. My eyes started blurring. That's not a good sign. Little bit of leaded solder with my coffee. Whoever's trying to come to the front needs to quit, yo. You're making my vision blurry. And I'm not done. Word. Don't put magnets near your PC. I am a trained dumbass. Actually, technically, I'm a professional dumbass because I get paid by TikTok. Flux fumes make the coffee taste. I'm telling you. TikTok pays me now, so that makes me a professional dumbass. I'm not kidding, y'all think I'm not playing, y'all. TikTok's literally, they pay me, so that makes me because I do dumb videos a lot, right? So that makes me a professional dumbass because I get to do dumb videos and get paid. Oh. Not the career path I had chosen as a child, like I had plans, you know, I wanted to be an electronic engineer. And I mean, I guess I'm an electronic engineer if that's what you want to call this. It's engineering and it's electronics. I don't know whether that counts. I don't know if I gotta like have special. I gotta go through any particular like gatekeeping community to get official or anything, but you know, whatever. Hi, I'm the keymaster. You the gatekeeper? And the mutton, non-magnetic ones. Good stuff. I love it. It looks fantastic. Let's go. Everything's in except for one knob, one switch, pin headers. I'm gonna take my spicy air break. I'm just kind of prepping for the next, because I'm not done. You know, like there's still stuff to do on this board. Obviously, like I've got to plug all the chips in. I've got to put a pin header, a knob, and a switch, and then 400 LEDs. Oh my god! But I'm gonna be right off camera. I've got to take me a spicy break. That fume extractor going to town. Let's go. Spice. Ooh. Extra spicy. So we need 2 pin headers. We need one for 5. Trying to find if I've clipped one down close to 5. There's a 4 one already clipped, but I don't see a 5er. No 5ers. Dang it. There is. Oh. Oh no. I messed that up. Emotional damage. It does not faze me. On and on we go. Boom. So that plops in there like so. We just flip that over and put in one lead and then weld that in place. Alright, now the switch and stuff goes on the front like that. We don't have to put that in right now. That's going to be like right toward the end. Oh wait, I got a couple capacitors. Two 100 picofarads. Somehow I did not even notice those. Alright, now the way I did this before on the other board, actually to make it easy, I'd use standoffs and used them as feet. Right, so I need the 10 millimeters. Did I use up all of my 10? Oh no, there they are. I need 6 of these. And then pick some of those up. And the reason I'm putting feet on here is so the LEDs, I can just stick them in and they'll just drop. And actually, I wonder, oh, you know what? I have another way to do this now that I think about it. Oh, bear with me. Hold up. Hold up. I just had an idea. Let's see if this will work. If I put these and then even bigger one as feet. Like these ones as feet. I only need 4 of them, eh? So what I can do, this will be the face panel coming into the board, right? And then on the back it's bolted. How much of that bolt will stick out is going to be the question. Is it enough to use as a footy? Will it work as a foot? It'll work! Ah, dope! Yo, alright. Learn something new. Let's go. So these are the face panel, like the standoffs for the face panel. And they're already going to be able to be mounted now. And then using those other standoffs, I can just add them to the back side to stand this board up. And then the LEDs will stick all the way through and not fall down, and allow me to stick all of them in there at one time. Then I can lay the face panel on top of the board, mount it to the 6 standoffs that are already there without having to move the board. And then once the face panel is mounted, I can flip the whole thing over. It's gonna be awesome, dudes. I'm digging on this thing. Please show feet. Oh, you're going to put chips in before you try to use it the first time. You know, I'm just saying. Kai, how's it going? I'm sorry, I'm only just seeing. I'm not the greatest at paying attention when I'm focused on a project, y'all. Just so you know, it's never personal. I assure you. Like, I'm never trying to ignore y'all. I get so into it. And this board, I've been itching to build this thing. And I finally have the chance to sit and do it. So I'm trying to knock out everything I have the energy to knock out. Now, here's the face panel, right? Face panel is going to mount on here on these 6 legs. That's the face panel. Once the LEDs drop in, though, I can't just set this down because the LED legs, they'll poke back out and just fall over. And so for this, I'm going to take these other pieces, these other plastic things, and add to here. And that way it'll stand up like a table. And I can just screw these onto the 4 corners like this, right? And then boom. Now it's a table. Just like that. Word. And I've got enough LEDs here to start. Just send it. Nylons. Yes, that's what these are. I love them. I dig them so much. La da da, la da da, la da da da. All right, y'all. Here comes the most mind-numbing like part of it all. The LEDs. I'm gonna have to like hire my partner to go make me some coffee because fuck. I don't even know. Have I finished the coffee I got? No. I have now. Are you guys doing okay? Is everybody having a good Saturday evening? Have you taken care of yourself, hydrated, fed your body, brushed your teeth, done your laundry? None of those? Cool, me either. I've hydrated. But like, I ate sometime today, I guess. What do you want, 11? What you want? I'm building a board. our dog came in to check on me. She's really sweet. She does tend to cause a little bit of anxiety when hovering about, but that's, you know, whatever. It's not a... What are you doing? I'm talking about you. I don't know what she smells. She's got a scent. But anyway, she's real sweet. I love this board. Kai, go to bed. Uh-oh. It's after midnight. Holy shit. Oh, wow. It was not after midnight when I started this. It was like early. What? How long have I been live? 3 hours. I've only been this is 3 hours, 15 minutes, y'all. That ain't even that long. I've done longer builds. I've built for like 6 hours before. In fact, I know I've built 2 modules that took over 6 consecutive hours, and and there's one module that took 5 hours and some change, like 5.5. And I'm going as fast as I can go. Like, I couldn't go faster unless I let Wolfie start putting components in here, and I don't really want them to do that. Not because they can't, but because they would get bent in the process, and I'm trying not to bend anything because these LEDs, they're freestanding. And if you don't know what I mean here about them being freestanding and like what I'm being so particular about not letting the LEDs touch one another, once you sandwich this board together, the way the way the switches and the knobs distance themselves from the back and front board, you have to use a certain spacer so the LEDs have space between them. And what ends up happening is you get a grid like this where the legs are stand. You see that? Hey, take care, Skull. I hope you have a great day. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Again, I do this. I'm used to working long, unholy amounts of hours on boards like this. And so I'm expecting a different crowd of people when I get finished with this board than there was when I started this board. Because, yeah, the hyperfixation is real. And I'm in the zone. You're still with me? Hey, baby. Could I ask you the biggest favor in the world then? Could I hire you for coffee? I don't want to get up doing this. I'm scared that if I get up like in the middle of building this board that I'm gonna put it down and it'll be days before I get back to it because stuff will get interrupted. It seems to be the like every time I put a project down, I get thrown to the back, and it's a while before I can get to it. I don't know. I'm trying. That's why I don't want to get up. If not, by the way, I'm totally cool with that too. Like I don't need it. I just really, I want it bad enough that I'm willing to ask. Anyway, coffee's, for me, it's more relaxing and keeps my head from hurting. I'll trade coffee for Chinese food. You can have all of it, baby. Eat whatever of that you want. I bought it for us, and if you don't see me eating it, and you want it, even if I want it, hell, shit, you know, eat it. Like, you will never hear me get mad if you eat food. I don't care if it's the food I bought with me in mind, if it's food I bought you in mind, bought for the house. If you're eating, I'm good. I'm proud of you. I'm not about to complain about you eating. Self-care is important, you know, taking care of your body, staying in shape. That's very important. Chinese food will definitely keep you in shape. Round is a shape. Just plain. My partner is very lean, by the way. It's a joke. Nobody, don't come attack me. Don't get mad at me. Imagine I put this whole thing together and it doesn't work, right? That happened last time. It was a slight recovery period of about an hour while I contemplated what... Pardon? What, baby?
I can imagine it.
Oh, you were... This because you were there. Well, you got to watch the epic failure. Yeah, the first board, one channel worked, and I was like, bet, send it. So I sent the whole board, and like my partner Sushi put in all the LEDs and got everything soldered in and plugged her up. First thing that happened, magic smoke came out, burnt the plus 12 volt resistor out. Yeah, it was a 10 ohm, 1/4 watt resistor coming off of the plus 12 volt rail, and it smoked it. Crispy dude. And I didn't notice it at first, and then I saw the smoke, and I smelled it first, and then I saw it. I was like, oh, dang, smoked that joker. Well, found out even after it smoked, it still worked. Like, it was still pulling, you know, current. So back to the drawing board, and I went and tried again. Here we are, round 2. I hope round 2 works. It's good to like spread LEDs out. They tend to get stuck together. Oh my, yo, get in there. Thank you, baby. Hey. How you doing? What you think of the progress? Once I get, of course they're tangled. Once I get these in, I figured out how to, that these standoffs, they're long enough that I could thread flat standoffs onto them.
Oh.
So I could improve upon the last time. This time, now the board, now I can just lay the board on top. All 6 standoffs are already ready to go. And when I like click this thing together, I won't have to take anything off or do any weird extra like the other time. All I gotta do is lay the face panel down, but you know, and then bolt it down, flip it over, solder away, plug it in, watch it go up in smoke. Right. Y'all, my partner is amazing. They made me coffee. Oh, they made me damn good. Look at that. They made me the good kind of coffee. They got look marshmallows and whipped cream. Oh, and it's hot. I love it. Hot coffee. Hot coffee makes spicy brain go Bert. I'm gonna have to like be careful not to accidentally bend all those. This thing, putting this board together is the most satisfying bit is when all the LEDs click together and you can't even see them do that because it's on the bottom side when you do it. So I was debating one day, like, when it comes to that point, taking my cell phone and, like, recording from the workbench up. But then I worry about, like, the lighting and stuff. It'll blind my camera. Wow, the YouTube stream is empty. Emotional damage. I guess it is boring to watch a bunch of electronic junk, but oh well. It's for education, dudes. I honestly don't even worry about it, you know, like I have a great time. But people like take me because I'm so like monotonous and stuff, and like my tone of voice isn't fun, I guess. I don't know. It's fun to me because I'm an electronics person and I love this stuff, you know. But I express my idea of fun in a different way than other people. I mean, literally, like all of my peers, they're pretty obvious about how they feel. I'm not very obvious of how I feel. People usually have to ask. And even when they ask, they don't believe me when I tell them I'm having a great time. They're like, "You doing okay? You look like you're like upset." I'm like, "No, I'm having a great time. I just have resting. I don't just want to spend energy on it face. You know, like my face just sits that way. I'm sorry. Like I don't mean to look resting upset. I promise I'm not. You know, but." Oh well. Give my left hand something to do. Grab that coffee. Gotta drink it while it's hot because my spicy brain, I'll forget it exists and it'll go cold on me. What's up, Scruff Dog? How you doing this evening? Pizza time. Pizza sounds really good. I don't remember what I ate today. Duh. You caught me building. I'm on round 2 of the Wanda Visualizer. The first one, minor issues, hopefully have been fixed in this one, right? First one was dumping excessive signal into the second half, or rather the upper half, which is unwanted. I changed it from a passive to an active bandpass. Got rid of a lot of unnecessary components that way. I also removed the microphone circuit, putting together roger that. You know what? Tell you what, let me heat my apparatus up. and I shall join you when it gets hot. It takes a second. Mine takes about 2 to 3 minutes. So mine's the GG number 4X lemon, lime sorbet, however you pronounce that. GG number 4X lime sorbet. That's what I've got on hand. Word, you'll wait. Word. You know, Scruff, I started saying word because of you, and now that's almost an every damn day, like, it just pops out. I just be like, word. Matter of fact, spelled like yours too. Granddaddy Perps. Oh, that sounds nice. It's almost time for me to re-up mine. I tend to buy mine in large chunks at a time because I got discounts and shit that I haven't used up, and so I can get like the other day I got like 8 grams here for like 3, right at 280 to 300. It's 280. I think it's 280, which is good here. Now, I've been to cheaper states where you could get a whole gram for like $30 and it'd still be really good stuff, but you know, medical NPA is not bad. Oops. Well, I'm hoping this version works. If this version works, then I can go ahead and make a video on it, put it up on the Dropbox. I'm going to make this a public shared works thing so that anybody else that wants to can take advantage of having a Eurorack powered VU meter, which could probably easily be modified to just take a power supply. Like you could probably just plug a 12 volt. Usually hit Heath for life in Baltimore. Ooh, that's good. It's a nice place. I might actually have to travel over to see you one of these days for the sole purpose of checking out your local wares, you know? My Jeep is still in the shop. I haven't been able to afford to fix it. It started off, I owed them $1,800 for the towing, repairs, and parts. Now it's down to like $1,500, I think, and I just gave my kids $100 for Christmas, right? I bought my partner Christmas, and I bought me and my partner us Christmas, and I'm tapped. So that Jeep's gonna be like still sitting in the shop for a hot second. And speaking of a hot second, as soon as I finish this row, my dab is actually ready to go, Scruff. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull that. It's all about the T's, right? So I've got one more row left. I'm gonna finish the last row and be a tease with it. I'm gonna slow down as I get toward the end of the last row. Start off going fast, half the speed every time. Once the place is open, I'm good for whatever might be a clean house right before Xmas. Well, yeah, as soon as I get my Jeep fixed, it really shouldn't be hard to do after Christmas. Like, because I'll have money after Christmas. I won't have money until after Christmas. But once I do, I'll be able to pay them. They'll get the Jeep fixed. Then I can go see you, go see my buddy Kai. I don't know, just take my partner fishing, stuff like that. I want to be able to go fishing. All right, I'm nearly through, and then I'm gonna lean over. Oh my god, I love my new workbench. You Scruff. I don't know if you've ever heard of a muscle rack, but it's a shelf that's got the keyholes, and it just slots in. I have a 4 foot by 2 foot by 72 inch muscle rack. I got a bunch of them in the makerspace. I haven't done a makerspace tour. The new makerspace is pretty nice in my opinion. I do like it. But this 4 foot by 2 foot workbench that I'm on, which also has like a little, you can't really see it, but I can reach under here and grab stuff. It's barely tall enough to put my soldering station. I'll show that to you in just one moment. In fact, low key, I really could give you a video tour since I've got a 20-foot USB cable on my camera. But I want to get these last LEDs so I can dab with you. What? Thank you, Honeybird. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like it. Talking a TikTok stream. All right. So the muscle rack. This is a workbench made out of a muscle rack, Scruff. And here's like my soldering station is like literally like right here, and it's. But I can still get my legs up under it. So like, here's the. I'm gonna pull out this little modular, like, you see what I'm saying? And it's a shelf right beneath me. I like that, and I can see more of my workbench now. I've got more space. I've got the fume extractor, which is right here. That's what this is. I'm pulling all the fumes out of the way. Anyway, it's a lot nicer setup so far. So switch goes on this side. I need a 100 alpha pot, and I don't want that kind of alpha pot. Oh no. Are these the... I don't even think that's gonna work. Nope. Oh no. I haven't checked my alpha pot color. I've got knobs. I do have knobs for these. 10K, 100K. I don't really want to use such a great big knob though, because let me show you what I'm talking about. My new workplace will have a good setup for fumes. Yeah, buddy, gotta get rid of fumes. At the other house, I wasn't worried about it because the house leaked like a sieve anyway. But this house, all right. So that'll be fine. We're gonna have to stick a bigger knob on it, yo. All right, so that can go there. Now, here's the fun bit. I got to climb up on top of my workbench to get a face panel. All right, so Scruff, I'm gonna go ahead and take my spicy break right quick. Let's see. here we go, Scruffadol. This one is the GG number 4X lime sorbet live sauce, and this is gonna be. I'm gonna hit this one in hopes that Wanda comes alive and functions. Oof. Let's go. Cheers to Wanda. Thank you. Thank you, Scruff. So here's the fun bit. I get to put the face panel on it. Oof. So I'm going to pick that up and get all these LEDs to sit down in there. But that looks so neat just sitting there like that, right? Look at all them leads on the back. Got to solder every one of those. All right, so looks great. Thank you, buddy. Hell yeah. I'm digging on it. It's gonna look so good when these LEDs sit down. Like, I'm gonna try to sit it down while it's face up. I don't know how well that'll work. If it doesn't work, I'll just turn it over. Curse my big fingers. Alright, so all these threads are in. All right, let's see if it'll do it. If I can do this like while it's sitting facing up this way, right? Will it do? It's trying to. Dude, let's go. Yo, I know y'all saw that satisfying little just duka. Look at that. Light bulb sandwich. That's exactly what it is. It's a light bulb sandwich. Scruff. I know you saw that. That was so satisfying. Was that not? Tell me y'all love that shit. I love that shit. Made me so nice. Like, it just clicked. That's some fine engineering. Oh. I'm sorry, but that made my night right there. That whole shit just clicked. I didn't even have to flip it over. That, you know what? Appreciate the cheers, Scruff. Yo, energy. That was it. That was the sauce, because that shit clicked together real nice. Like, just top notch. That'll counter if it doesn't work, because boy, the assembly was so smooth. All right, it's gonna have to do that again though, because when I pick it up, it's all of them are gonna fall out. Yeah. All right, so oh wow, they all fell right back in. Are you kidding? What? And I left. I didn't leave the feet on it. All right, so. All right, in that regard, no worries. I will just put some of these feet, and because it doesn't like oh wait, that's the long one. I'm gonna put some feet on here to hold it. You know what I mean? That's just the way. That's just what I found. It works really well, and like I don't have to fight with LEDs. I don't. There's no, because there is no vise. You know how they make the little PCB clamps and stuff? I'd have to DIY a really large clamp. And that's time spent, better spent elsewhere. What? Am I really out of the little short bolts? I mean, it's not like I gotta keep them on here, but oh well. I don't need feet all the way around it anyway. You're doing the same way you would? Yeah. Good. I'm glad to know that I'm somewhat competent. That I'll take that as a compliment, given that you're a much more skilled person than I am. I just tinker, you know. And now it's got its own feet to hold it up off the table. And I can solder like without having to fight it. 4 hours. Oof. Alright. One of them's not seated. Alright, now we're ready to solder. I have a little solder reel above the workbench. Oh, this is gonna be the fun bit. Fun meaning I gotta get down into the tightest spot possible for soldering. Oh, your skills and talent in audio equipment and design knowledge far exceeds mine. What? Scruff, you just dropped my pen on the floor. That is, I don't know. Audio, what? Okay, first off, I just kind of do stuff, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. You actually have a career in repair, right? Like that's pretty nice, I think. Like I think that's pretty dang cool. Oh, you know what, Scruff? Actually, something you'll appreciate because I got to use it. I got rid of the blue. I got rid of the piece of junk blue one that everybody starts off with their first like 20 years. I decided, you know what? Let me just do myself a solid. I know it. And that thing will rip the pads off the board too. Like I low-key, I think that's probably my favorite new thing right now is that if I would have had that when I was a rookie solderer, I would have been a champ because I could have just tick. You know, but like now I'm good enough at soldering that I don't often even need it anymore. And I'm just like, damn it, I got this nice thing and now I don't make enough mistakes to use it. Like, I've used it like 4 times. Since I bought it 2 months ago or a month ago, something like that. I've used it twice and I'm just like, oh, can't I make a mistake, please? And I'm not saying that I don't make mistakes. I do. But I mean, like, I don't bridge connections that require removing the solder. Like, once it's on there, it's pretty much, I don't have to take it back out. It's usually LEDs or transistors that cause that. And even with this, the LEDs are going in pretty nice right now. And they're not fighting me like they have. I have fought with LEDs before. Like when I put together the Super Sphere, I fought with those. I had to, for those of you, by the way, that aren't aware, I built a 3-dimensional sphere that houses an array of LEDs. And as a matter of fact, because of the fact that I've cleaned up my entire workbench, I now have easy access to said sphere, and I don't have to tell you about it. This is the sphere, and there are the LEDs. I don't have to tell you about it. I could just show it to you. For those of you who remember, I know Scruff Dog sat through most of the assembly of this, but you guys never saw that. These are LEDs attached directly to resistors on the inside. A little switch, turn it on and off. It's 4 sections, and I made it battery powered. Runs off of a vape bat, like a 18650 battery. Also built a musical Tesla coil. But anyway, it's gonna show up in the. That was a hell of a project to watch. What? I appreciate that, Scruff. I'm glad you liked it. I would probably do it again. I'm gonna make one of these days when I have the energy to set my 3D printer back up. I want to make a globe big enough to house 5mm LEDs. The easiest way to calculate that is going to be to scale the entire model up by whatever percentage it would take to go from 3mm holes to 5mm holes, and then just print that. It will be it's likely going to be a 1 foot sphere or something like that. But my printer can do that. It has a 350mm square bed on it. So imagine doing that again, but with 5mm LEDs instead of the 3mm LEDs. And if that's successful, I could go back with 10mm LEDs. The amount of time it would take to 3D print that model, oh my god. The soldering, I would have to, at that point, I don't even know if I would do point to point. Because I did point to point in the sphere. Bigger might be easier. Yeah, you know, you're right about that. It sure might. It'll have the same amount of LEDs, but they'll be spaced further apart. So, yeah. Actually, that might be the challenge. Actually might be in the 3D printing and not so much in the assembly. All right, and see, I've already done 3mm LEDs, which means it is almost as hard as it could be. There's one more thing that would be harder, and that'd be to make it out of surface mount. If you were to do like point-to-point surface mount instead of doing pads, like 3D print it and then have a spot for the surface mount, I think that would be the hardest. But it'd be satisfying to be able to do it, though. Depends on if you want to spend the time, I suppose. I had it in me to spend the time that day. Well, okay, it took 72 hours to print, solder, design, build, like all that. Like it was a substantial project. It really was. My brain, once I hyperfixate on something, I can knock it out without realizing how much time has passed. That's actually what ends up happening a lot of times with these projects. Like, I get hyperfixated on it, and the time flows by. I'm actually really surprised that I can even get down in here with how close everything is. The design was not supposed to be difficult, but it ended up just being You did a 6-day print of a jack-o'-lantern once? Oh, wow. That's pretty... Do you have, like... Have I seen that? I don't know if I have or not. I don't think I've seen that. I don't know. I don't remember how long it took to print that sphere. It took like 17 hours, I think. It wasn't a long print. The longest print I've ever done was the purple honeycomb with like 80% infill, and it took, I think, 3 days or 2 days. Like, it wasn't that bad. Not really. I mean, you know, granted, it's one of those things you just set up and you just walk off from it and let it do its thing. Not sure where it is. Might be somewhere at work. Well, if you, you know, if you happen to get a picture of it, I will definitely like that. That's if you get. You don't have to do it. I'm just over here. Like I said, I was recording this. I'm gonna do it on my camera, but I didn't know how long this would take, and I knew the last time I put this board together, it took 6 hours the first sitting, and then it took another like 2 hours to get the LEDs installed. And that was with my partner had put the LEDs in the board already. Like this, I did all of this myself this time, but like last time, not including the time my partner spent putting LEDs in the board, it still took a grand total of 10 hours. And so far, this time, we're only 4 hours and 16 minutes. That's less than the Cinco de VCO, that's less than the Twin T drummer, and the MIDI Muso. Those are the longest modules. This one so far is probably, this will probably fall within the same average because I'm pretty quick. I used to not be. I was real slow, and now I've gotten to where I can work at a higher temperature, which you know, to be honest, I want to move from 300C to 350C, but I don't know if that's doing too much or what. Take like a pound and a half of solder just to put these LEDs in. I'm sorry I'm not like super chatty, y'all. I'm in that zone. Auto zone. Or however it goes. Somebody requested a tour of the makerspace early in the stream, and I don't know, like, I don't think I've ever considered it before, but once I get kind of a little bit more organized than where I'm at now, because it's still kind of, I've still got a shelf that needs to be finished being built. And it wouldn't have been the case, but they did not include the 4. They were missing all 4 couplers that the shelves stack with, like what makes the upper half attached to the lower half. They didn't even include them. I was like, wow. So I got a big shelf half built, and once I get it assembled and get everything organized and I'm satisfied with that, then I'll do the new makerspace tour and kind of update everybody on YouTube side, because TikTok I don't have to worry about editing or anything like that. I can just throw it together real quick on the fly. And so everybody that's on TikTok knows exactly what's up because, well, I post several times a day, every day, just about it. Whereas with YouTube, I don't update YouTube unless I've got a project that I'm working on. And the reason I do video is because of my kids. Jack-o'-lantern pics in your Discord. What? Roger that. When I get off of... when I get off of this stream, I'm going to check that out. I still use Discord. I just don't jump in the servers. I can't do it with my brain. Like, being a system is hard enough. Trying to explain that to people who don't have the time to learn, I don't know. When I feel solid in the front and I'm not going to be switchy, I don't mind socializing because I can just fake it till we're done, you know. But like, not everybody seems to take being a system like in stride. A lot of people that are outside of my friend group kind of look at me like, what the fuck? I'm cool with it, like, it's whatever. Because I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be popular. I'm just trying to exist. But, like, it wears on you, you know, after a while. You're just like, oh, okay, I'm done. And I realized that there was a fragment causing a lot of drama, trying to sabotage our system, which is what happened in the different Discords I was in, until finally me and my partner were able to get that evicted, basically. Wow, sorry. I did not mean to just cough like that. I got a fume extractor right here sucking the fumes out of the air, and yet it's still, I wonder, like, is it helping at all? Although, granted, to be fair, if I turned it off, it definitely wouldn't be doing anything. Safety third, dudes. I mean, safety first, I guess. Safety first, I mean, is like, I mean, kinda. If it's safe, it's not fun, right? If it's fun, it's not gonna be safe. You gotta weigh in. your risk factors. How much risk are you willing to take to have X amount of fun? Take Tesla coils. Tesla coils are a lot of fun. They're very dangerous. They are very dangerous. They will nope you real quick, and you will never have to worry about it again. So just saying. I've built several of them. I built a tiny one, I built a medium one, and I built a giant one with a friend of mine. The giant one was built out of a Russian triode tube. It was a high frequency vacuum tube Tesla coil, but it's an AC Tesla coil. It's straight off the primary. There is no ground. It's one of those, you can't touch the sparks. You touch the sparks, you unsubscribe from life. Just saying. And you don't touch the note beam. You can touch, like, I've got a musical coil right here above my head. It's that one I pulled out a little bit ago, right? If you're new to the live stream, you could just rewind. If not, you probably already saw it. Anyway, that one, you can touch the sparks. You don't touch the coils, just the spark. Totally fine. But, you go touching the secondary coil or the primary, and you're going to... You're going to be like Marv in Home Alone. You know that scene when he grabs the sink? Got the welder attached to the... You know what I mean? You know what scene I'm talking about? You know where he turns into like a skeleton for like a half a second. He grabs onto the sink to wash his hands or something. Wash his face. Whatever it was. But he had the welder attached to the hot and the cold tap. Oh Lord, that was a whole lot of current. The sound he made, like the I know it's acting, but the way he acted out that scene, I'm rolling. I might just go watch that scene. I don't need to watch the whole movie. Just show me that one scene of him grabbing that sink. Because, I mean, I know electricity don't quite work like that. It would have been more instantaneous. But that scene gets me every time. Turns into a skeleton. Starts puffing powder everywhere. Hair turns into an afro. That was a rough day, wasn't it? We should have just stayed in bed that day. Hung it up. It's like, no, it don't feel right today, dude. We should just stay inside, drink a hot chocolate. Instead, they tried to go mess with this kid, get zapped, bricks thrown on the head, all this other stuff. Like, oh my God. And the staple gun out the door. Are you kidding me? Like, can you imagine? Like, can you imagine just a random staple come flying through the air, right? Suddenly you just really want to roll over and just not exist. It's like, ooh, what got me? I got stung by a viper. Anyway, I have not seen Home Alone in a while. When I say a while, like 12 years. Y'all, I just like zoned for a sec. Sorry about that. It's gonna be. Oh, you know, I'd still gotta do it. I gotta convert that 10 pin IDC to a 16 pin. I forgot that whenever I set up my modular that I made sure that I did a 16 pin on one end and a 10 pin on the other end, and there was I forgot exactly why I did it. The gist was to never forget which way the orientation of the wire was, like for diagnostics. I always knew that the minus 12 volt was going to be right up against the edge, right? So because of that, it keeps it where I don't screw up the wiring on it. Maybe that was the only reason I did it. I don't know. I accidentally put a 10 pin on both ends is why I was saying anything about it at all. And I have it sitting here on my desk so I can fix that. And once I get all these LEDs installed, and then, oh, you know, the fun bit's going to be clipping these LEDs. There's 800 legs. And no running. How about that? You're good. Me too. Same. I tend to do that. Like when I'm soldering or doing a whole lot of repetitive work, I will forget the world exists for a minute. Even if I could be, it don't matter if I'm on a stream or not. I'm on 2 streams actually. I'm on YouTube and TikTok stream. And now that I'm saying that, I realize I haven't even looked at the TikTok chat. Hot chocolate. Word. You know what? I said something about hot chocolate too. How about that? I forgot about my coffee long enough. It's cold. But believe it, I actually have learned to like cold coffee in the way, like, I'll drink it hot, and then when it gets lukewarm, I'll leave it alone and ignore it until it gets all the way cold, and then I'll drink it because it's good cold. the safety exhale. Get the safety squints for flying debris and the safety exhale for incoming fumes. Dun, 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 dun.
know why these ones take so much longer to actually lay down than the rest of the ones, unless it's because there's a lot of metal over here. Like, I wouldn't think it would matter, but maybe it's enough to leach out enough, like the extra heat, I don't know. But these pads up at the top of the board, they seem to take longer than the rest of the pads do. And that's what's making this take so long to put together. The heat up time. I might crank my iron up to 350. I don't know. I usually don't try to run it too hot. I don't want to blow out any traces. Last row. The only issue I have here is I have to actually clean it up. If I don't, and these LEDs cross and something shorts, you know, that sort of thing. We're not, look at that, under 5 hours too. Under 5 hours, let's go. That's good. It's not too bad. I mean, this board is pretty big. Oops. Oh, where'd it go? Did it fix it? Did it yank it that quick? I didn't even get to use it. Wow. Emotional damage. It worked so good it sucked it from afar. I was actually excited. I was like, yeah, let's go. And it's like, oh, well, dang, that cleaned up so quick. Didn't even have a chance to savor the mistake. Because usually I just pick the solder back up with my pencil and move it. So like...
Now, I don't have to actually use this pin header. I just was a placeholder because I already got the jack socket built. Go for 330 and see how she handles. Oh. Alright, so there's no more soldering. I can turn the pencil off. I always put a little bit of solder on the end and let it harden, and that's why my soldering pencil looks brand new when it's actually 5 years old with the same tip, like this original tip. I bought a replacement pack, still hadn't even opened them, and that's because using a little brass sponge and keeping solder on it when not in use keeps that joker brand new. Alright, so jack sockets are installed. I have to clip the leads. This is probably my least favorite part because there's so many. I'm only doing this for these upper ones. The rest of them, I'm going to turn it up and clip them. I had issues where I almost didn't. You know what? Actually, the sockets aren't even in there. But I was avoiding doing that because they do this. Yeah. Safety squints.
check for leads in my coffee. Before anybody asks, I have a magnet. I'm not about to hand pick every one of these up. I got a magnet for the job. have I ever mentioned I really do not like LEDs to a very degree that's beyond anything else in this world? Because of the fact that they get wedged in the worst places ever. And then you can't get rid of them because you'll screw up your traces if you're not careful. So you got to go over it with like tweezers. Make sure it's not underneath anything, crossing pins anywhere. All right. Now, let me do that. Just kind of a light cleanup. That's probably like 800 legs right there. Alright. Oh, so now I gotta plug in all the chips. Right? That's gonna be fun. This is the TLO 74. It goes right there. Plug it in, plug it in. Oh, mercy. Plugging in chips. Plugging in chips. How's everybody doing? Y'all still hanging out with me? I just realized I hadn't checked the chats in a minute. Like, I've been over here zonkered. I bought this new little IC puller. It's a cool little dude. It's these thingies here. And they just pull chips out. Well, Project Starlight, dude, you're amazing, because this is a common time for me to build. Like, this is about how long I would spend building things normally, and sometimes I'll look up and it'll just be empty, and I'll just be like, oh well, you know. I wouldn't want to sit and watch certain things for long periods of time, but I enjoy electronics. So, like, I've got a few peeps I watch, like Scruff Dog, I've got Big Clive, Delta Lambda, EPROM, I got Sam over on No Computer, there's Inglewood's, Project Starlight has done some videos. I know I've seen some. And I've seen your big synthesizer recently pop up on my For You page too. Looking really nice. It sounds really good. And then, so, like, I can watch that, but some people will sit and, like, debate stuff or have conversations about, like, topics. I'm just like, you know, like, really? I'm not into the pop culture thing. Like, not really. So it's hard for me to have conversations with a lot of people, unless they're electronics or like anybody's STEM, like science, technology, electronic arts, and math. Any of those, I can get on with that. Haha, I felt that. People always tend to show up at the right time. You'll be there for another 15 minutes. Roger that. Hey, Scruff Dog, I'm glad you're still here. I'm getting near the end of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Why is there not 20 chips over here? What happened to the other ones? Excuse me. Oh, there they are, blending in. Wow. Very well blended. Oh my God. I could not find them. They're very small. Boom. We are chipped. Finally going to make an art video and post because of you. What? Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're going to post something. Tag me or share it with me or something. I want to see it. I'm going to turn this fan off. Audio change. Oof, that's weird. I am proud of you for making an art video. That is amazing. Everybody should make art videos. And because I use an IC puller to pull these out of the last sockets, they came out nice and straight. Putting together the fourth physical prototype. This is the second of the 20 band, which should make this the fifth prototype. The last one was the fourth, because there was 2 single bands that didn't work, 1 single band that did work. So then I moved into the 20 band. The first one halfway worked, and now I'm on to this one. Must have dropped my screwdriver on that one. But yeah, we're getting there. Once I get all of these ICs installed, then I'm going to fix the cable so I can plug it in, and then go plug it in, and then see if magic smoke comes out. I'm not, if it does, it does. If it don't, it don't. Whatever happens, happens, That's literally design. This is a uncharted territory for me. Followed by there's no schematics or information online of this particular. This is it because I designed it. There's no help. Who am I going to call? Ghostbusters. Or somebody with more electronic knowledge than myself. Like anybody with more knowledge than me would be who I would call. Because at this point, if I can't figure out what's wrong with it, I'm going to have to call for help. And I haven't reached that point yet. Like, to my knowledge, it was what I thought it was. And that's it dumping the excess signal over onto the second channel. Well, but, if it's not that problem, right, and I can't figure it out, and I try again, and I I, eventually reach, well, okay, at this cost, at $38 per module plus shipping, for so it cost me like $60 an order. I think I might call somebody to help me fix this. But it was a minor issue. Happy camper and all. You're like, what? Right? It's nothing but trial and error. You got to keep going. You got to decide. Do you want it or do you want it? If you want it, you got to keep going until you get it. If you give up, you'll never figure out how to get it. So like in this case, I'm plugging along, gonna keep on building until I get it working. And when I get it working, I'll have a
board that I can then put online. I'm going to put this on my shared works, so this will be public. Who are you going to call, Ghostbusters or technology, right? Ghost in the machine. But anyway, so I'm going to put this public. Anybody can download it and send off to JLC PCB and get a board, followed by putting it together, or they could use the schematic out of the thing to, say, redesign, make their own, or they could take the schematic and build it like on a breadboard. You do whatever with it, like I'm going to publicize this design. So it'll be public and not just for me. And the only reason I'm holding off is because I did that with the VCO. I kept publishing all the different versions and realizing like, oh crap, I'm not maintaining their previous versions. I just move on along. So this time around, I decided to hold off publishing until it's finished. And then I'll put the PCBs in the shop. And if anybody wants to buy one, they can buy one. And if they don't want to buy one and they want to get it for free and just download it and do whatever with it, they can do that too. Either way. Both options shall be available, Oops. I did mess up one of the LEDs, but I can always heat that back up and sync it further. I'm not worried about it right this second, though. Right now, what I want to do is finish putting this together. Got an attenuator on it now. How many tattoos do I have? Like a lot. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know anymore. I forgot. It's not that I have a lot of them. I forgot. I forgot, dude. Sorry. All right, so look, I'm gonna put a temporary couple of bolts on just to hold the jack socket in place. I'm going to fix the cable for it, and we're going to go plug it in. Now, you guys on TikTok will be able to see it. Unfortunately, my camera is mounted right now in a position where I can't bring my YouTube with me. This third LED needs to sync further. I just do something with that. All right, y'all. That's a board. That is a freaking board, dude. Like, I know what you mean. Got to stop counting on it. Yeah. All right, so let me put this board off to the side. And then I got to make up the cable. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I could use this thing to get up under there without damaging the IC puller. I'm trying to disassemble it because I want to save as much as I can, but it's gone. That's a permanent one. All right. Well, you know what? I got some rainbow skizzers for the rainbow wire, and I will just yeet that joker like that. They're like 10 cents. I hate to do it, but I need it functional. The forbidden fruit roll. Don't eat the forbidden fruit roll up. Hey, thank you, Scruff Dog. I appreciate that. If you're headed out, I'm sorry that you're going to miss me powering it on, because I'm about to power it on in just a second. I normally try to do the full test before getting off the stream, just so you like aren't in suspense. What happened, dude? But I'm having issues. Like, I'm getting this cable is, the clamp's not wanting to clamp, so I'm gonna have to force it. The guillotine didn't guillotine. There we go. All right, now we got a cable. Let's go plug it in and find out what happens. Great, what? All right. I gotta turn on Wanda. Turn off power. Find me an open slot. Plug it in, plug it in. Alright, so Wanda is on. I haven't plugged it in yet. I'm gonna put it up in the rack and then plug it in. I'm scared, dude. It's plugged in. All right, flip the switch. Well, huh. It doesn't work right at the moment. Let's turn it back off. Alright, well, it's not currently working. Not gonna lie to you, it ain't working right now. Let me try plugging in something into the input, giving it some kind of a signal. What are we seeing here? What is this? Alright, let me try a drum beat. I see movement, like it's actually doing something. Alright, so drum beat, kick. Where is that cable at? We need a cable. Drum beat out of the kick drum into the input. Alright, so you guys can't see it, but it is actually doing something. Not what it's supposed to be doing. And one of the channels is out. And I'm not sure why that channel is out. Actually, I wonder if this cable's long enough. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys if the cable is long enough. I'm going to bring it over into the camera view. It's worse than before. Yeah, be right. But I'm going to show you guys if I can. Is there long enough? It's not long enough. You see, right? Like, webcam can't see that. Hold on.
TikTok can.
Yeah, YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube. I can't get it. I can't quite get it in frame. I don't think. Will it? There's a microphone in the way. I'll move the microphone. There it is. So, like, I don't know why it's not working as good as before, because I didn't really change much. But here's the thing. While it's sitting there, let me show you. If I plug into it with an LFO, and then adjust the frequency, you can see it flashing to the frequency. Like it's beating to the frequency, but it ain't doing right. Something's wrong, and I'm not sure what's wrong with it. Like it's confuzzling. I don't know what I did wrong. The attenuator's not even working. I wonder if I bridge those connections, if that would help at all. Yeah, I don't think the knob's actually doing anything. It's ridiculous. Why is this board not, what went wrong here? Because I didn't change anything. I literally didn't change anything. Did they screw up somewhere? I wonder if they perhaps, like, I wonder if it's just like a bad board. It could have been a bad board. Verify chip positions, look for solder bridges. Yes indeed. That is, you're right about that. I definitely need to check that. but you can see that it's receiving input. Or it was. Oh, it still is, you just can't see it. There it goes. There it goes. Cool. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Alright, let's come out of frequency. Let's come out of here. And try the bounce. The bounce module. Just you can see it trying to bounce. It's functioning somewhat, but it's like for some reason that's less so than before. And that's the filter. The attenuator is attenuating slightly. If I'm looking straight on at it, I can see that it's doing something. Ah, hell. I'm going to tell you, this is a good time to take a break and actually play, like do something fun and play with it, right? I mean, this is V2. It didn't work. We're not going to cry over it because guess what? This is part of it. What I ought to do is play on it now. I'm a bit tired though, so probably not. And given how much time I spend on this particular module, I will come back to it. Oh. So, you guys, I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me as I build this board. And let me get you kind of put back up here. There we go. Fun is good. Yes, it is. I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me on this build. Yes, it jumps. Well, readily, I cannot see anything wrong with the board. I don't see any solder bridges anywhere. But again, I've been working on this now for, what is it, five and a half hours. This is a very good time to take a break. Take a pause for the cause, right? Take a pause for the cause. And go get some spicy air, get some dinner, sleep on it, think about it, come back to it fresh, which is the only way that I'm going to be able to solve a problem, come back to it fresh. At a glance, all of the chips are installed correctly. And at a glance, there are no solder bridges. And also at a glance, I do not see anything just standing out. So, what went wrong? Maybe I need to go back to the previous version because it was working better. And then take out the mic circuit. And then dump the excess signal to ground. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it a night. Y'all have a great night. I'm going to hop off of live, and this will always be here, you know. I can come back to it later. Y'all have a great night. I'm going to hop off here in the TikTok stream. Scruff Dog, I sure do appreciate you hanging out with me. I will holler at you later. You have a great evening, and yeah, have a great weekend. Cheers, peeps.